Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. To them we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Let the seven know me now. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Crewman, and I wasn't gonna do a live tonight, but there's so much stuff in the news. I had to do one. Plus, I didn't get to continue where I left off in part 3 with the Unhoused neighbor news, so I decided to add it like my shirt. Reparations now. Cut the goddamn check. I was at a reparations hearing earlier, so I definitely have to wear my reparations now shirt. And on this season 5, episode 20, part 2, continuation of the Frontline Black News, we, meaning I, because this is me tonight, will be discussing the topics we didn't get to in part 3, and that is BET Hip Hop Awards suspended. We get to hear Professor Black Truth's take on the situation. Because we did cover that, but we didn't hear what Professor Black Truth had to say, so we got to hear from the good professor. Then Jasmine Croccett shit, as I call her, and she is full of shit, gets face slapped by the Atlantic. Then why Democrats use aggressive shaming tactics against Black Americans. Democrats are trying to use Texas redistricting to scare Black Americans to vote in the midterms. They're trying to get us to get our booties to the polls again, Black family. Don't fall for it. If they're not offering nothing tangible, as Mac 285 has said so eloquently, tangibles, 2025 to 2100. Don't waste your time, Black family. The system can't survive if Black Americans rise to the top. Then we got Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware plans to auction off Dr. Umar's Dr. Umar Johnson's vacant buildings. Phil Scott warned us 10 years ago that this is what was going to happen. Then speaking of Pan-Africanism and the Prince of Pan-Africanism in general, has it benefited Black Americans? If you ask me, hell to the no. Then we got D.C. flooded with federal agents and National Guard. What's really happening? Then Denver helps illegal immigrants, but evicts Black moms. Help Tiara. It's either Tiara or Tiara. Queen Go Getter 01 is her cash app. And then we got our Unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tapping in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. We got Crew in the building. We got Mac 285 in the building. We got Kahari in the building. Kahari back at 232. Salute to all y'all. So I'm gonna hop right into it with the BET Awards. It was Fat Joke to blame. I had to pour some Family Dollar milk. Democrat milk. Had to get from the No Kings. Okay, crew. How does a prince owe $70,000? Right, exactly. How he's $70,000 in debt. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, make that make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. All right. So first we're gonna talk about Fat Joke. And did he ruin the BET Awards? If you ask me, he did. And Professor Black Truth's gonna give us an update on that. Let me share my screen. Here we go. So first topic is BET Hip Hop Awards suspended. Is Fat Joke, Olympic Joe, Joey Crack shit to blame? Yes, he is.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. A moment of silence, please, for yet another casualty of white media mismanagement. Okay, moment's over. This is the year when all these white media surrogates like Essence and BET are getting checked by the black grassroots. All the years of grimy disrespect that they've been aiming at us is catching up to them all at once. The word went out straight from Butter Biscuit headquarters that BET is suspending both the Hip Hop Awards and the Soul Train Awards. See, this is all part of that white media conglomeration, all of that amalgamation. They're going to be owning the landscape. And look what they did with it. First of all, the white media money behind BET never had any soul, so they might as well stop having the Soul Train Awards. And as for the Hip Hop Awards, when you're reduced to having the Temu version of Heavy D, Fat Joe hosting your show, that's when you know you're scraping under the bottom of the barrel. Like all of these other sock puppet organizations that the white media has bought or propped up, BET's Hip Hop Awards has also been dying. Its viewership shrinking every year. In 2022, BET's Hip Hop Awards had 708,000 viewers. In 2023, that number slipped to 657,000 total viewers. Last year, it dropped to just 333,000. So their award show viewership, which used to number in the millions about 10 or so years ago, fell to less than half of what it was just a couple of years ago. You can't call that anything other than the audience jumping ship. That's how collapses happen. Slowly at first, and then all at once. And yet you got the white media who's trying to call the Hip Hop Awards a, get this, popular award show. They actually have the nerve to write that. See, this is the white media trying to conjure magic. They figure because they have such a pervasive influence that all they have to do is merely say something and people will believe it because the white media reaches so many people. And most of the time, they're right. But thanks to the black media, the white media's iron wall of lies has been pierced, and people are seeing the truth. The white media can call these shows popular all they want. It makes them look like fools. You don't cancel something that's popular. Things have gotten so bad for the BET Hip Hop Awards that they were reduced to having the show at a nightclub in Vegas. I'm not making that up. That's where they had it, Dry's Nightclub in Vegas. Well, that actually does make sense. Fat Joe has always been a lounge club level act anyway, so he belongs in some hole in the wall. If you're one of the poor souls whose lives are so empty that you actually watch BET's Hip Hop Awards, then you already know that Fat Joe's been hosting, or rather occupying, the show for at least the last 3 years, and his presence has also coincided with that decline. Now, he's not the one and only factor at work. BET itself has been in decline for many years now. But his hosting the awards show has clearly been received by black audiences as part of BET abandoning anything that's black. It's part of their loss of legitimacy. And Fat Joe's regular displays of arrogance has also been part of the problem that black audiences have had with that show. Instead of realizing that he's just a guest in a house that he didn't build, that neither he nor his community had any part in building or maintaining, instead of being humble and happy that he's been allowed to eat off of somebody else's table, instead Fat Joe began running his fat mouth and talking like he made hip-hop, like his community made hip-hop. They should have rented a U-Haul and dragged his lard bottom out of there then, but of course they didn't, because disrespecting the black community was the entire reason that he was brought in the first place. You would never have Kendrick Lamar or any other black person brought in to host the Latin Grammys or any Hispanic-based show and then tell those audiences, well, y'all got black ancestry rights, so it's legitimate for me to be headlining this thing. These white media financiers who come in and decide that they're going to buy or set up some sort of so-called black media outlet or entity, they don't use those as platforms to bring black folks in to other people's venues and say, oh, well, we're going to have some black folks who are going to be headlining these things. They don't let black people bogart other people's stuff, but they always make it a point to have everybody else standing in front of us, well, for the shows and the audiences that the white media controls. And this is what put them where they are. BET's been struggling to remain relevant, and while they did bring in some big names for their hip-hop shows for the last few years, the reality is it takes more than just a few relevant names to make your show relevant. And after incident, that becomes show after show that eventually results in year after year of disrespecting black audiences, how do the former black viewing audience of the BET Hip Hop Awards even see the show now? Well, apparently they're not. And this loss of prestige also applies to BET itself. They might as well call the network bootleg entertainment for tethers, because that's all it is. Hell, it was no great shakes back in the 90s. And for the last 20 years after Paramount bought it, it's become a joke, but not a very funny one. To have Fat Joe as the host is basically the white media equivalent of what groups like the NAACP has done, try to move away from being black and instead become some sort of deracinated platform for everybody else. These groups and organizations that run away from blackness, they're not doing it for ratings or for money. They always try to claim, we're trying to expand our audience. Well, as we see, they lose ratings and they lose audience and lose money by running away from blackness. The reason that they do it is because the white power behind these entities is trying to reduce the presence of anything black. This is a social agenda being funded and directed by white dark money. That's all it is. And now BET itself is a zombie network. Bob Johnson sold his soul to those white financiers and investors back in the day. It was only a matter of time before the black viewing audience finally realized that whatever it was that they hoped BET would become, it simply wouldn't. What's happening is that people are waking up to the scam, and it's because the black media is saying what people have been thinking all along, and people are realizing they're not alone, that they're not the only ones who have been looking at this mess and saying this is garbage. See, when people feel isolated, they think that their opinion simply doesn't matter, and when that happens, rather than resist, they become apathetic. Systems of oppression and control thrive on that. That's why isolating people and atomizing them is so important. When people figure that their resistance simply doesn't matter, that it's just them who's objecting to something, instead of tuning out or walking away, they're just as likely to continue going along with the same old, same old. But when you have people who are telling these disaffected masses that they're not alone and that this status quo is intolerable and that they all have to turn their backs on this nonsense, then that encourages people to act on their beliefs rather than just resign themselves to their fate. Never underestimate the power of telling people that they're not alone. And the white media is upset that their control is slipping. Their so-called black award shows that they put on, it's been nothing more than platforms to lampoon us and hold us up for ridicule. They put out this crap every year and they stage manage this garbage. Why do you think the Source Awards has a brawl every single year? It's all part of the show. And please don't think the antics you see these Negro entertainers doing is spontaneous. They get their marching orders from the exact same people who pay for these sideshows. The white media doesn't just encourage them to act like fools, it also shames them whenever they don't. I remember back in 2006, the white media was up in arms because the MTV Awards that year didn't have some kind of over-the-top stupidity that occurred or some act of super raunchiness going on. Instead, they had the usual flash and trash garbage, but not the shock for the sake of shock crap that they usually would do. And the white media ran a story with the headline, MTV Awards Almost a Bland Affair. That's how they responded. And then under that, they reported that the MTV Awards had a, quote, increasingly staid reputation. For those who don't know, the word staid means sedate, respectable, and unadventurous. The only reason people watch award shows is because the people behind these shows spend a lot of money and time inventing the illusion that this or that award is important for some reason or another. Remember what I taught you about awards? They're a way for white power to bestow instant legitimacy on something. That's why they matter, at least under white supremacy. It's a way to give someone instant credentials. You have a group of white men who put on a show claiming that they're going to recognize the best in their field. And then they heap phony praise on somebody and hand them some sort of little trinket award. And they say that this person contributed something truly valuable to the arts or sciences or both. Awards have no value if people look at them and they think that they're not important. Awards require a high level of respectability and normalcy in order for people to take them seriously. So unless your award is the Razzie Awards or some sort of intentionally silly parody award, then yes, sedate, respectable, and unadventurous is exactly what you want. Gee, isn't that why the same white media always complains after every MTV Awards show about whomever it is that does some raunchy or shocking act? Isn't that what they usually do? Except what they do is they're trying to get clicks and views off of controversy. Phony controversy, but controversy nonetheless. It's an awards show. They read off a list of arbitrary categories, then they say which one they think was the best, quote unquote, and they give the person a little trophy and send them on their way. That's really all there is to an awards show. It's supposed to be staid, respectable, and unadventurous. But back in 2006, when the white media was complaining about how bland the MTV Awards was that year, they singled out 50 Cent of all people. Quote, 50 was almost Zen-like on stage and offered little to excite the crowd. 50 Cent. He was up there to see somebody get an award. He wasn't performing. He wasn't on stage to do a set. But this is the white media's way of throwing shade at black performers who don't get out there and do what they're supposed to do, and calling them all but a has-been if they don't do some tomfoolery for the white media's amusement. This is what they do. They use the platforms that they own and control as a means to whip black people into doing what they want, as a way to shame them if they don't. And then you sit back after some awards show watching some black entertainers in particular do some spectacular act of idiocy that makes you want to cringe and puke all at once, and you wonder, why does it always seem like black celebrities in particular are competing to see who can make the biggest fool of themselves at these award shows? It's because the white media indirectly or directly pushes them to do it, even though most of the time they don't really need that much of a push. These are the unwritten rules of the white media. And these Negroes you see trying to get famous, they know what massa expects of them. And the white media complaining about 50 Cent for not doing something controversial or something to excite the crowd is precisely because he didn't do something controversial. That's apparently what the problem was. This reveals what a moral fraud that these people are. Usually they make a big deal out of Madonna kissing Britney Spears on stage or some other thought, and they make a big deal out of Lil' Kim or whomever wearing pasties on stage. But when people act like they got some sense, or at the very least, they don't go out of their way to act stupid at all, then the white media is having a problem with it. The award show was bland this year. Oh, these guys, they're getting more and more boring. See, the white media knows exactly what they're doing. The white media is the first to stoke the flames after an award show, talking about how shocking or surprising or how envelope pushing such and such was. And you'll be sitting back going, oh man, can't black folks just get together? How come black folks be out here acting like this? That's what they'll have you doing, not realizing who's actually behind it. Whenever the white media comes in, they try to take something over and then they strip mine it and leave it for dead. And when you look at the BET Hip Hop Awards, this is the result. Well, at this point, the 2026 Hip Hop Awards will be hosted at Jim Clyburn's Fall Fish Fry, live streamed on the Shade Room, and be hosted by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You can't even be upset or disappointed at this point because BET has been disappointing black audiences for decades now. This is yet another pathetic example of white media coming in and trying to invent legitimacy for itself by setting up or buying out some allegedly black entity and then taking a dump all over the floor. Well, there was Black News Channel, then Essence Fest, and now the BET Hip Hop and Soul Train Awards. All casualties of white media mismanagement, because black people have finally discovered that they were the actual power behind it, not these white money men. And when black people walk away, these things die. We have always been the source. If we decide that these things aren't operating in our interest, we can pull the plug on them all on our own. And that being the case, if we decide that these things shouldn't exist, they won't. It just took a few conscientious voices to remind us of the power that we've got in all this. And the white media's pathetic attempts to try to tell us that if these shows go away, if y'all ain't watching them, well, black folks have lost something somehow. Yeah, if we don't sit here and patronize these shows and these people who insult us and denigrate us and lampoon us and attack our dignity, well, if these clowns go away, we've lost something. That's the con game they've been running on us for the longest time, to get us to see one of their little sock puppet organizations as somehow being something that's integral to us, and that we lose something if their little scam operation goes belly up. And that lie is right up there with the bootlicks who are always saying, y'all gonna mess it up for everybody else, when what they really mean is we're gonna mess it up for them. Well, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Now, the head of BET has tried to claim that they're not canceling the Hip Hop and Soul Train Awards. Instead, he says that they're just trying to find the right place to put these shows amidst a changing media landscape. Well, if they're having so much trouble figuring it out, I got a suggestion. The right place for them to put it is in the trash. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Walter Wilborn, Sakina Collins, Jonathan Maynor, Kareem Lawless, and Deep I-904. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yep, dump that shit in the trash. Yeah, shout out to Professor Black Truth. He summed up everything we've been saying about the BET Wars, about BET, about any of these non-white entities that's supposed to be representing us, but they don't represent us, and they haven't represented us in over 20 years, 25 years. BET ain't been black owned in 25 years. So, yep, Fat Joke is to blame. Definitely. He is definitely to blame for the BET Awards, Hip Hop Awards being suspended. And actually, it's FBA that's to blame because we've been bringing these months to their knees. Shout out to Black Alpha Nowhere for the checklist of all the months we've been knocking out the paint. It's like at least 10 entities we done knocked out the paint in the last less than 6 years. In the past like 4 years, 3 years, maybe even 2, we done more for black empowerment than Scam Africanism has ever done in 60 years. That's a damn shame. But that just shows you how much power we have, FBA family. Yep, shout out to Professor Black True. Yep, yes sir, they want that smoke and we're going to give it to them. Oh yeah, we want that smoke. Yeah, we want all the smoke. Like Project Pat said, Memphis. He said Memphis want all the smoke. Yep, FBA want all the smoke. Yep, FBA business for sure. Just we wielded that soft power exactly. So yeah, Zimpic Joe is to blame for the BET Awards, and then they try to have him host it. Hell no, we shut that shit down. He was doing all that caping for Kamala. We shut all that shit down. And then gonna lie and say that Latinos created hip hop 50-50. Hell to the no. Blacks and Latinos created hip hop. No, it was FBA that created hip hop, just like every other music genre in this damn country. The hell. So him, Matt Hoffa, they all took a fall. And they're gonna continue to fall. So moving along, we got another Democrat shill to discuss, and that's Jasmine Croccett. Jasmine Croccett gets face slapped by the Atlantic. Once again, our good Professor Black Tooth gonna give us an update on that. Yeah, Sister V's in the house. Oh, you stupid. You stupid crew. Big one salute to our sister. Appreciate you tapping in. Facts. It is now down 50-50 exactly. And shout out to Tariq Nasheed for the microphone check, which debunked all that nonsense. The best hip hop and I've seen all the hip hop documentaries. That was definitely the best hip hop documentary ever made. Shout out to Crew. She got them City Girl blues. Yep, that's what she got. And Professor gonna tell us how bad blues she got.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. It's been a very revealing few weeks for Congresswoman Jasmine Croccett. I would say that it's been a strange few weeks for her, but let's be honest, since when has she not been neck deep in the middle of weird? There was an interview about her that was done by The Atlantic. It was a profile. And this Atlantic profile of Croccett got headlines because at one point, The Atlantic writer did what every profile piece about a particular politician does. They began making inquiries to the subject's other party members and to ask what they thought about them so-and-so. When Croccett heard about that The Atlantic was reaching out to other Democrats to get their opinion about her, Croccett revoked The Atlantic's access to her, and she also said that she was revoking whatever permission she had given to them. But that was closing the proverbial barn door after the horses had already escaped. When politicians agree to talk to a reporter, permission to be quoted directly, as well as whatever information that they give, is laid out in advance. If a politician doesn't make it clear from the outset that an interaction with a journalist is supposed to be off the record, then the reporter feels free to use whatever is said and even to attribute it to that politician. This is the reason that virtually every story, especially in the big white media outlets, if it's supposed to be from a politician or from one of their staffers or whomever, they always quote some anonymous source, unnamed source, person close to the administration, person with knowledge of thus and so, etc. That's the reason why you see that so much. And for Jasmine Crockett, a woman with a law degree, she sure is naive, if not dumb, when it comes to dealing with the white media. In fact, that seemed to be the slant that the Atlantic was putting out here. That Jasmine Crockett, for all of the attention that she is getting, well, this woman just isn't ready for prime time. You see how clumsy she is in a mere normal interaction with the media. Just a normal profile piece, and she loses her mind. That's the point that they were trying to get across. Jasmine Crockett simply ain't ready for the big leagues. She figures all she has to be is a sassy city girl and snap her fingers and roll her neck, and that the world would be her oyster. But she's finding out the oyster doesn't have any pearls in it. And just to make sure that nobody missed the white media's point that Jasmine Crockett isn't ready for the big leagues, the Atlantic piece started out saying that Crockett had been campaigning heavy to get Democrats to make her the top pick to be put on the House Oversight Committee. She had been competing with other Democrats to see which one of them would get that slot, and that it was a race that Jasmine Crockett was losing. In fact, part of why she was losing her bid for that position is because the Congressional Black Immigrant Caucus decided not to support her. The Atlantic reported that rather than support Crockett, members of the CBC instead decided that they were going to vote for a senior-most person in the race, even though that person wasn't a member of the Black Immigrant Caucus. So that most likely meant the person that the CBC was going to back was going to be white, which tells you everything you need to know about that group of clowns and what they're actually about. Jasmine Crockett was angry about this. I guess she's too dumb to realize that the CBC is a gang of foreign flag sellouts and buck-dancing bootlicks from abroad. They don't support anything unless it has to do with immigrants. They absolutely hate foundational Black Americans, and truth be told, they hate Black people in general. And if they can't find an immigrant to vote for, then they'll just back whatever white Democrat is standing around, but they're not going to be backing us. That's how the pecking order is in their minds. Back a white person first, and then if they get permission from massa, they'll back some immigrant, whether they be Black or not. But as for foundational Black Americans, don't dream. This is why the CBC is chock full and overflowing with these immigrants, because white power engineered it that way. White donors looked for people who had no connection to us and weren't going to be making the kind of trouble that we make, compliant sellouts who would do masses bidding, all the while lying through their teeth and laying false claim to our history and our struggle and our ancestry and our lineage. People who have no connection to us and yet try to con everybody else into thinking they are us. They see themselves as some kind of non-racial immigrant group, which is why we have to purge them from the political landscape. Now, I'm not trying to go off on a tangent or on a rant, but Jasmine Crockett stumbling like this and making this big a mistake, there's a reason for it, and here's what the reason is. Lineage matters because we are all of us the result of our collective experiences. And when someone comes from a lineage and an experience of fighting and striving and overcoming, they have nothing in common with somebody who decided to flee from every fight that ever came along, who bowed down and bent over for every enemy who's ever come along, and who has sold out their own family members and anybody else they could find. An experience of fortitude, honor, and uncompromising struggle can never be made compatible with an experience of lying, bowing, scraping, and fleeing. Pan-Africanism wasn't a bad idea as a concept, but we live in the real world. And in the real world, all that matters is how things work in practice. And in practice, Pan-Africanism led directly to this flat definition of Blackness that made it where we extended the same camaraderie to people who do and will always practice tribalism. They refused to unite amongst their own in Africa and the Caribbean, and here we were throwing open the doors for them and giving them the benefit of the doubt because we are all fighting white supremacy, right? And when we did that, white power began floating these tethers university admissions, began selectively elevating them, giving them all kinds of preferential treatment on the basis of being immigrants, and making sure that the ones who were the most hostile towards us would be elevated to positions to do the most harm to us. And all the while, we were voting for them and continuing to support them because we were on this Pan-African kick, not realizing, or perhaps not wanting to accept, that the rest of the Black diaspora was on team white supremacy. That's what Jasmine Crockett ran into. That's what she failed to understand. Not that she's smart enough to get it in the first place. And now Jasmine Crockett's all hurt and angry that the Immigrant Caucus totally overlooked her. And just to add insult to injury, she said that some of those CBC members had the nerve to reach out and ask her for donations. But those same colleagues didn't even send her a text back then about that oversight job. You know, it is impossible for someone to be this stupid. And yet somehow the sassy city girl from Dallas managed to pull it off. The Black grassroots are not surprised by any of this because we've been out here telling the truth about the Immigrant Caucus for many years now. Jasmine Crockett thought that she was going to get their support just because, and she found out the hard way that not only would she not get their support, she thought that she was a part of them and they weren't a part of her at all. Those same immigrants would turn right around and ask her to give them money when they wouldn't give her the time of day. And what will they do with that money? They'll support non-Black candidates or other tethers. But what seemed to make Jasmine Crockett the most angry about getting rebuffed by the immigrant caucus was that Jasmine, as she put it, has the largest social media following of anyone who was trying to get that oversight committee seat. To her, that's what should have mattered, but it meant nothing to them. This is the political calculus that Jasmine Crockett does in her head. Clout chasing for political office. Clicks and views are supposed to automatically translate into political influence in her mind. If she has more subscribers or views than anyone else, then to her, that's supposed to mean she also has more clout too. Every time you see her acting out in Congress, cussing and carrying on, or doing her cringe-inducing Kendrick Lamar parody dance, or her sassy city girl routine, that's her trying to get attention on social media because she thinks that's her power. She's doing her own clumsy imitation of the Barack Obama playbook. He made it a point to argue on camera in the Senate against W's administration officials back in the day. Now, Obama didn't curse or get vulgar like Jasmine Crockett did, though. And while he didn't dance to Kendrick Lamar, he did dance on Ellen DeGeneres' show. And Kamala Harris did the same thing, arguing with Trump's cabinet officials when she was in the Senate and dancing, if it can be called that, to Cardi B. When you see Jasmine Crockett bickering with the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene, this is the well that she's drawing from. This is the real reason that she wanted that oversight seat so badly. She wants more opportunities to do some on-camera confrontations with Trump's people or other ranking Republicans so she can get some more face time for the cameras. Clout chasing. That's her MO. It's why she does all this stupid stuff, because she's chasing clicks and views and engagement numbers. That's what matters to her. But what she's not chasing is a Black agenda. But then again, neither is the so-called Black caucus that she's supposed to be part of. The Atlantic piece mentions how Crockett called Marjorie Greene a bleached blonde, bad-built butch body bimbo, which went viral. Crockett capitalized on that one literally by trademarking the phrase and making t-shirts about it. She's been getting lots of face time on white media, cable, and she's parlayed that into becoming one of the party's top fundraisers. And as she found out, all that meant to the party was that she can give that money to them. And as for her TV appearances, there was another politician who thought that getting his face on TV a lot and trying to win the war for engagements on social media would also translate into him becoming the leader of his party, Ron DeSantis. And I think we all know how that one worked out. DeSantis also couldn't get his own party to elevate him either. Even in his own state, he's now been reduced to having open fights with the same legislative Republicans who have backed all of his moronic culture war message legislation. Man, is any of this sounding familiar yet? And something else the Atlantic reporter talked about was how Crockett talked to her staff. Basically, the piece made her out to be an office tyrant, berating her staff members, complaining about the lunch that they brought to her, just making sure that whoever read it would perceive her as being loud, angry, wrong, and entitled. But one thing in particular that stood out to me is that the Atlantic reporter pointed out that the lock screen on Jasmine Crockett's cell phone was a picture of Jasmine Crockett herself. The Atlantic reporter, as well as all of these wannabe Black leftists out there, they seemed to be surprised when they read that, but they shouldn't have been. I already knew that whenever Jasmine Crockett does some TV interview from her office, she always has two pictures behind her. The one on the right is Shirley Chisholm, though as often as not, she'll have some other Black woman politician, but the one on the left is always a photo of Jasmine Crockett herself. That photo never changes. Who is Jasmine Crockett's hero? Who does she most admire in the whole wide world? Why, Jasmine Crockett, of course. Now, isn't this exactly the kind of ego-driven narcissism that Democrats accuse Trump of? Someone who sits around admiring their own image all day, their entire world revolves around themselves. Jasmine Crockett is a little egomaniac. She idolizes herself. Everything she does is to try to aggrandize herself and raise her own profile. But she's not doing it so that she can produce results for Black people. See, I could see it one way if she was trying to create a cult of personality that would empower her to get things done for us, but she's not doing that. Everything she's doing is because the city girl congresswoman is trying to climb the political ladder for herself. So let's make sure that we get that straight. If Congresswoman Crockett was out there actually pressing our demands, if she was pushing for our interests, if she was representing our lineage and doing so boldly, Well, as far as all the pictures of herself and lock screens and all the rest of it goes, my assessment of her under those circumstances would be, well, she's not entitled or wrong, she's just flamboyant. That's what I would say, because that's what all of these white folks say whenever you got a white person who's representing their interest. The white media comes along and says, hey, so-and-so is loud and wrong and overly flashy. They're just flamboyant. That would be my opinion of Jasmine Croccett, too, if she was representing our interests. My problem with her isn't her asinine antics per se. She's trying to get headlines, and I don't begrudge her that. What I resent is that she's trying to uphold and push an agenda that does not empower us. Sure, she's bringing up the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing, but the only reason Democrats are even doing that is because they're desperately hoping that this is going to drive a wedge between the orange man and his white base. The Atlantic piece was meant to deflate Jasmine Croccett. And no, I don't think that these kind of things are just coming out of nowhere. I think some people in the Democratic Party want this out there. We've seen it before with Alexandria Cortez. She ran her mouth a little bit too much about Nancy Pelosi, and next thing you know, she was getting criticized by the same leftist media that had previously been calling her a rising star in the party. And she was also hearing publicly that she could very well find herself getting primaried. Nancy Pelosi was the congressional Democrat who controlled more donor dollars than anyone else. That's why the Democrats bowed to her. She had access to a ready supply of cash. The message to AOC was clear. You better start learning to toe the line unless you want to go back to being a bartender again. AOC decided she preferred serving Nancy Pelosi to serving drinks at a bar. This seems like the same powers sending the same message to Jasmine Croccett, too. She can daydream about being president all she wants, but if she keeps making a fuss, then she won't even be able to dream about being in Congress anymore. White supremacy loves a cruel prank, especially one that takes a long time to pay off. The white media likes to set some unsuspecting Negro up only to crush them to the ground later on, all the while letting their victim believe that they've got all of these friends around them. They put these tools on TV, they go ahead and give them some honorary title or other, and when they do, they make sure to give them phony praise and give them phony accolades, and these simple-minded chumps actually buy into the hype and think that these people like them, that they're going to be the next big thing when white power has already decided they're going to be the next big nothing. Rising star simply means that you can work yourself to death to support their power, like you can become an effective fundraiser and then give that money to them while they turn their behinds up at you and go looking to support anybody other than you. When you choose to become a bootlick, you've chosen to take part in an abusive relationship. This Atlantic piece is exactly what it was meant to be. A slap in the face to the sassy city girl. They're going ahead and putting her in her place, and they're making it where there's not a whole lot that she can do about it, and they're reflecting it and echoing it and repeating it. That's how they go ahead and peel somebody's hide off of them publicly. This is how they flog a bootlick publicly. That's what's happening to her, and all she can do is take it. I'm not going to say that this is the end of Jasmine Croccett, far from it. But it does show that if you decide that you're going to be some bootlick for white power, well, you better get used to getting kicked around, because that comes with the territory too. I've said it before, and it bears repeating here. There's only one difference between a rising star and a falling star: the direction they're going in. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Mark Anderson, James Porter, Neil Saphir, Starlet Thompson, and Pamela Hyman. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Thank you, good Professor Blacc. True. Oh man, he summed it up quite nicely. The hell.
There's a rhythm to every political scene.
To hell with Jasmine Croccett shit. She's getting her wake-up call. And I have no pity. I feel nothing. Like Torian always says, I feel nothing. This broad sit up here caping for any and everybody but us. And we supposed to care when the white establishment publications such as the Atlantic comes after her? Hell no. She need that wake-up call because she been getting too big. What is it called? What we say? Too big in the bridges. You got too big in the bridges. You know, where stepped your boundaries. Yeah. So, City Girl got her wake-up call, and she said her idol is Shirley Chisholm. That's another tether. Red flag. Nancy Pelosi's platform is gender affirming care. Yep, that's what the Democrats is promoting. Castration, legal castrations and mutilations. That's what their campaign is and what they're promoting. Yeah, Nellie Fuller Jr. said they love humiliating us. They get fun out of that. Some sick, sadistic, psychotic creatures we're dealing with. Too big for her bridges, exactly, Breeze. Yep, she got too big for her bridges. And how you that educated and that dumb? This one comment she just left Breeze though, that one was ooh-wee. Pan Africanism is white supremacy. Well, that's what they promote. They don't want. They keep telling us that they don't want to see Pan Africanism, but they don't even practice Pan Africanism on the continent. So it's like white supremacy been promoting Pan Africanism since the 70s, putting in all the HBCUs, all the college campuses. They give you a whole course on it. I mean, I technically have a degree in African American studies, but I had to take Africana classes, Africana studies classes, all that stuff back in college. So yeah, they promote that shit heavily. They go out their way to make sure you learn about Africa, but not where you belong and what you own in this country and on this continent of North America. They don't want you to know that at all. You know, she got too big for her bridges. Alright, so we're moving on to why the Democrats use aggressive shaming tactics. You would think they would have learned to stop doing that. But no, they got to beat their head into the concrete before it sinks in enough times. So we gave them a devastating fall last fall rather, in 2024, and they still ain't got it through their thick donkey skulls. We're not voting for you if you're not offering us nothing tangible. Oh, you graduated from Kaplan State University. I'm a professor in them dashikis. Yep, I got out that class quick. Yep, I had a professor like that too. Now he's running the head of the NAACP. He's the head of the NAACP here in Aurora, Colorado. His name was Umar Montgomery. He was my professor when I was at Metro State University here in Denver, Colorado. I've never liked any Africans or Caribbeans mofos. Yeah, they just had this real awkward demeanor about them and how they treat us. It's like we embrace everybody, but everybody don't embrace us. And it's like none of y'all moms would be able to come here if it wasn't for us. They definitely don't want us to know that. Yeah, we do have a large Caribbean and African community out here. They're mainly like in certain neighborhoods though, like you'll find them in like Southeast Denver, like real heavy. Like Southeast Denver is like all African, all Caribbean. They got all these little Caribbean restaurants, all these little apartment complexes that's full of them. The neighborhoods where the houses are is full of them. So yeah, especially like Ethiopians. We got a large Ethiopian population out here. Eritreans out here. Yeah, they always talk shit about us, but they talk it in their language, so we can't understand what they're saying. But you already know, like they saying something like a kata. We didn't even know what a kata was. We don't have no words like that. The most we have is African booty scratcher, and that's just joking around playing the dozens. These damn These damn tethers, they have no sense of humor. They have no concept on roasting. None of that. They get all in their feelings, all upset behind a little jokey joke. But we don't have no words like Akata and Jareer and all of that for them. We don't have that for them. We see them as another brother. Yeah, they ain't got no swag, none of that, no style, nothing. They got to emulate FBA. Yeah, and they're cowards too. Like Cruz said, reality, the tellers are cowards and schemers. Yep. And the jig is up. We're not going for it no more. They're cowards because they flee their homeland instead of building their homeland. They want to flee over here, and then gonna have all that the tetherosity. If you hear anybody say tetherosity, they got that from me because I gotta get that shit copyrighted. They got the tetherosity to talk shit about us. Hell no, in our homeland. Yeah. So we're gonna get to these damn Democrats again. The Democrats, they're still using these aggressive shame attacks. You better go out there and vote. You better vote for the lesser of two evil. You better do that. I better stay black and die. That's about it. Yeah, flew out the way. Yeah, they need to get the hell out the way. They're just standing in the way of our progress. We can't progress with these goddamn tethers all up in the mix. And like Professor Black too said, the Congressional Black Caucus is full of them mugs, and that's by design. I've noticed that shit in my state. I'm in a blue state in blue city. Majority of these goddamn immigrants. Majority of the politicians are immigrants now. Every year, every 4 or 2 years, depending on what race they're running for, they elect these goddamn immigrants, and it's been like that for like the past 10 years, at least. Democrats are trying to use So Afro AI, Afro AI. Whoever thought that artificial intelligence would be bringing us the news? Artificial intelligence AI Afro is going to give us an update on these Democrats and their shaming tactics.
Season, a kind of call and response that echoes through our living rooms and into the corners of our hearts. Every few years, as campaign signs blossom on street corners and new promises fill the air, Black Americans hear a familiar tune, a melody both persistent and unsettling. It's a song that says, if you don't vote for us, you're betraying your ancestors, your community, your very self. It is the music of shaming, and for many, it's become the soundtrack to our participation in democracy. Why do the Democrats lean on these shaming tactics so heavily? Why is it that when election time rolls around, so much of the energy directed at Black America is not encouragement, not policy, but a carefully rehearsed sense of obligation and guilt? To understand, we have to look back, to trace the history of Black political power and how it's been courted, and sometimes coerced. The roots of this tactic run deep. From the very beginning, the Black vote was never something easily given. It was fought for, sacrificed for, bled for. Our right to cast a ballot is not a gift, but an inheritance hard won. That legacy is sacred, and politicians know it. They know our votes can tip the balance of cities, states, and sometimes the nation itself. They also know that if you can't guarantee loyalty with action, you try to extract it with emotion. Every election, we hear that this is the most important vote of our lifetime. Every year, there's a new villain, a new threat, a new disaster waiting just around the corner if Black folks don't show up in record numbers. The appeal is rarely, here's what we'll do for you, but more often, here's what will happen to you if you don't cooperate. The message is clear. If things go wrong, it's your fault. If you don't vote correctly, you've let the whole community down. Family, this isn't just politics, it's psychology. It's the leveraging of historical trauma, the invoking of the civil rights movement, the memory of ancestors denied the right to vote. Your grandmother couldn't vote, so you better not let her down. If you stay home, you're letting the worst people win. It is a language that says our political participation is not about vision or hope, but about preventing disaster. Yet for all its emotional pull, this approach carries a cost. Shame is a heavy garment to wear. Over time, it leads not to empowerment, but exhaustion. When you're told that your worth to the process is in your reliability, not your dreams, you begin to question whether your participation is truly valued or simply expected. Black Americans are keenly aware of this dynamic. We see the difference in tone, the difference in investment. When other communities are courted, they are promised. When we are courted, we are reminded. Look what we did for you. Look what could happen if you don't listen. It's an approach that trades on our trauma, and sometimes it works, but it leaves a residue that is hard to shake. And so, every 4 years, the cycle repeats. Campaigns dust off their scripts. They send celebrities to our churches, host listening tours in our neighborhoods, and put our faces on their websites. But the real message is often the same: vote for us or else. The shaming may be subtle or it may be loud, but it is almost always present. To see why shaming is used so heavily, we must look at the relationship between the Democratic Party and Black America. For generations, Black voters have been the backbone of the Democratic coalition. From the days of Fannie Lou Hamer and the Mississippi Freedom Democrats to the election of America's first Black president, our turnout has shifted history. Yet too often, our loyalty is assumed rather than earned. This assumption breeds a kind of complacency at the top. When politicians know you'll come home no matter how you're treated, they focus their energy elsewhere. Instead of crafting policies that truly transform Black communities, they put their resources into turnout machines, celebrity surrogates, and messages designed to provoke anxiety more than hope. The strategy is simple. If you keep Black voters afraid of the alternative, you don't have to offer them much in the way of substance. It's a tactic older than most of the candidates who use it. In the past, threats were external, violent, direct, and enforced by law. Now the threats are softer, more psychological, but no less real. It's the suggestion that if you withhold your vote, you are responsible for everything bad that follows. If you even think about sitting this one out, you are letting down your ancestors, your neighbors, your children's future. The weight is heavy and it's meant to be. This is not to say there are no real threats. History has shown that progress can be reversed, that hard-fought gains can be eroded, but LaValle would have you pause and ask, should fear be the primary fuel for your political engagement? Is democracy healthy when one side can only motivate you by reminding you of your pain? The answer is complicated, like most things in Black life. Black Americans are wise. We understand the stakes. We remember Jim Crow, mass incarceration, economic sabotage, and all the ways the system has been weaponized against us. But wisdom also knows the difference between urgency and manipulation. When every election is the most important ever, when every opponent is the new Jim Crow, the words begin to lose their power. The shaming stops feeling like motivation and starts feeling like a burden. The danger of shame-based politics is that it can backfire. When people feel respected, they lean in. When they feel blamed, they lean out. If a voter's only role is to show up when called, they begin to wonder if their participation really matters beyond the numbers. Are they valued for their perspective or simply for their quiet question that lives beneath the surface of so many Black voters' minds? You see, family, real respect is not built on guilt. It is built on honesty, transparency, and accountability. When a party asks for your vote, it should do so not because you have nowhere else to go, but because it has earned your trust. Promises should be matched with policies. Listening sessions should lead to action, not just applause. The shaming tactics, no matter how artfully delivered, cannot substitute for real investment. In the digital age, Black voters are more informed than ever. We see what other communities get when they flex their political muscle. Legislation, executive orders, billions in investment. We see the difference between being courted and being guilted. We are aware of the power we hold and the potential we possess. The days of showing up simply out of obligation are slowly fading. Still, the shaming persists. Each cycle, when enthusiasm wanes, campaigns return to old scripts. If you don't vote, you can't complain. If you don't like the options, you should have run yourself. These slogans might ring with a certain truth, but they also echo with a certain disrespect. They erase the reality that people don't just want to be warned, they want to be inspired. So as the world changes and Black Americans demand more, the question becomes, will the parties listen, or will they keep recycling the politics of guilt, counting on old wounds to keep us in line? Time will tell, but the spirit of the community is shifting. To see why shaming is used so heavily, we must look at the relationship between the Democratic Party and Black America. For generations, Black voters have been the backbone of the Democratic coalition. From the days of Fannie Lou Hamer and the Mississippi Freedom Democrats to the election of America's first Black president, our turnout has shifted history. Yet too often our loyalty is assumed rather than earned. This assumption breeds a kind of complacency at the top. When politicians know you'll come home no matter how you're treated, they focus their energy elsewhere. Instead of crafting policies that truly transform Black communities, they put their resources into turnout machines, celebrity surrogates, and messages designed to provoke anxiety more than hope. The strategy is simple. If you keep Black voters afraid of the alternative, you don't have to offer them much in the way of substance. It's a tactic older than most of the candidates who use it. In the past, threats were external, violent, direct, and enforced by law. Now, the threats are softer, more psychological, but no less real. It's the suggestion that if you withhold your vote, you are responsible for everything bad that follows. If you even think about sitting this one out, you are letting down your ancestors, your neighbors, your children's future. The weight is heavy.
Yeah, I think she's on repeat. So we get the gist. It's not working no more, Democrats. Do better. Come up with actual tangible policy that's going to benefit us. Otherwise, we're just going to continue to sit it out. All the fear mongering, all the wagging your finger. Yeah, shout out to John Bailey. All that. Oh, we're going to talk down to you. Oh, we know better than you. We know what's better for you than you know for yourself. No, all them days is over, Democrats. You're going to have to do something tangible, specific for us. Otherwise, we're just going to keep sitting it out. And all that shit that roly-poly Martin and the rest of them Democratic shills be doing, it's just going to continue to fall on deaf ears. Because we're not doing it no more. We can't keep doing the same thing except expecting a different result. Voting Democrat for the last 60 years has not helped us one iota. Hey, we got a cousin in the building, Black Joe. How you doing, Black Joe? It says stay strapped or get clapped. NAP, Negro American Pride. Yep. And we all we got. We have no allies. Exactly. That's why it's FBA versus the world. We have no friends. We have no allies. All we have is us. Period. Yep. And these Democrats going to continue to learn, just like these Pan-Africans, and this going to continue to learn. We're not doing this no more. And it's like the voting Democrat and being a Pan-Africanist seem to go hand in hand. And them days are over. We can't keep doing it. We got a mission to accomplish, and that is reparations. Direct lineage-based cash reparations for the descendants of American child slavery freedmen, the people that built this country. Yep. Salute. Thanks for tapping in. So moving along, Democrats is trying to use Texas now. Oh my God, we gotta flee Texas. Let them tell it. Why Democrats use aggressive Texas? Democrats are trying to use Texas redistricting to scare Black Americans to vote in the midterms. It's not gonna work, Democrats. Again, if you're not gonna do nothing tangible for us, you're just wasting your time. You're wasting time, money, energy, all of that. Like, y'all spent how much money on Kamala's campaign, and that broad didn't come close to winning. And that's because FBA put her in her rightful place. Especially as she said this. Reminds y'all what this bra said. There's niggas outside my door. If you can hear it.
That. So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit Black people. No, because
yeah. So when you say that dumb shit, you're gonna lose. Any of y'all politicians that's on that, I'm not gonna do nothing for Black people. No, y'all gonna lose, especially if you're a Democrat. So because AI is like repeating herself.
Family, don't get it twisted. Democrats ain't scared of Texas. They love Texas as a campaign prop. They trot it out every election cycle to scare Black folks into voting for them, then vanish when it's time to actually deliver. This ain't about saving you. It's about saving their seats. Texas is the Democrats' favorite political Halloween costume. Every election season, they dust it off, drape themselves in the Save Democracy flag, and parade Texas around like it's a live grenade in the middle of the living room. The narrative is always the same. Look at Texas. Look at these Republicans and their voter suppression, their redistricting maps, their mid-decade power grabs. If we don't stop them here, it's coming to your state next. And yes, the Texas GOP does what they do. They've passed voter ID laws, closed polling locations in Black neighborhoods, drawn maps that carve our voting power into pieces. But Democrats don't just react to this, they depend on it. They use Texas as a stage prop in the national drama, a warning siren they can blast to wake up their base. For them, Texas isn't a battlefield they expect to win. It's a fundraising machine and a turnout motivator. For us, it's our homes, our communities, our futures. That's the difference. This is their bread and butter. They make Texas sound like it's ground zero for the collapse of democracy. They tell you if they can do it there, they can do it everywhere. And it's familiar because they've said the same thing about Georgia, about Florida, about Wisconsin. Every cycle, there's a red menace state that's supposedly a domino waiting to tip over into your backyard. They don't rotate this message because it's original. They do it because it works. Fear moves voters faster than inspiration when you don't have fresh policy wins to brag about. Remember 2020? It was Save the Soul of America. Remember 2018? Protect the Affordable Care Act before they take it. Go further back, 2012, 2008, 2004, the story never changes. We're always a few votes away from total disaster, and the only way to stop it is to vote blue, no matter who. While they're pointing at Texas like it's the heart of darkness, they don't want you looking too closely at what's happening in their own backyards. In blue-run states, police budgets keep climbing while Black neighborhoods see schools closed and hospitals underfunded. Democrat-led cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles still have some of the worst racial wealth gaps in the country. And in places like Philadelphia and Detroit, Democrat strongholds, polling locations in majority Black areas have been reduced, forcing longer lines and travel just to vote. They highlight Texas because it's politically safe for them. It's an enemy they don't control, so they can condemn it without risk. But if we judge them by their own record, the story wouldn't be as flattering. Let's talk about the political machinery that gets rolled out to sell this Texas horror story. Groups like Black Voters Matter and Family, let's be honest, they are not grassroots. They are tied into the same donor networks and political consulting circles as the Democratic Party. You'll see the buses, the matching shirts, the social media campaigns. They talk about building power, but the power they build gets funneled right back into electing the same Democrats who've been recycling the same broken promises for decades. Registering people to vote is not the same as organizing for independent political power. It's just restocking the voter rolls for one team in a two-team game that neither side is playing for us. Let's run the receipts. Democrats love to campaign on transformative ideas for Black America. But here's what happens when they get the power. Police reform? Dead in the water after the George Floyd Act failed in the Senate, even with Democrats in control. Voting rights? The John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act both failed. Student debt relief? Piecemeal, means-tested crumbs, and a Supreme Court fight they weren't prepared for. Reparations? Not even in the conversation. They had the presidency, the House, and the Senate in 2021 to 2022. They could have gone on offense. Instead, they went back to the same playbook: make speeches, blame Republicans, and tell you to show up again next time. Fear campaigns are the cheapest product in politics. You don't need to draft bills or deliver results. You just need a villain and a camera. Texas gives them both. They can send fundraising emails saying, look at what's happening in Texas. Chip in $10 to help us fight back. They can flood black media with ads warning about Republican takeovers without having to spend a single ad buying space to explain their own failures. And because fear hits the nervous system harder than hope, it works. But fear doesn't build communities. Fear doesn't close racial wealth gaps. Fear doesn't bring down your rent or keep your kids safe at school. Yes, Texas Republicans are redrawing maps to lock in more GOP seats. Yes, it's aggressive and undermines Black and Latino political influence. But here's the part Democrats leave out. Flipping Texas isn't on their 2025 to 2026 map. They know it's not happening. So why the obsession? Because Texas is a perfect symbol. It's big, it's loud, and it's easy to demonize nationally. They use it to scare up turnout in battleground states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Arizona. Not because it changes Texas, but because it changes their seat count in Congress. For Black Texans, this isn't a political chess piece. It's real life. Texas still refuses to expand Medicaid, leaving hundreds of thousands of low-income Black residents without coverage. Predominantly, Black school districts get underfunded, setting kids back before they even graduate. Environmental racism means Black neighborhoods are more likely to be near industrial pollution sites. The criminal justice system in Texas still locks up Black men at rates far above the state average. Yet these issues don't trend nationally. They don't make the DNC talking points because they can't fundraise on fixing problems, only on fighting enemies. The GOP comes with open hostility, voter restrictions, law and order crackdowns, resistance to even acknowledging systemic racism. Democrats come with friendly faces and softer words, but the end result too often feels the same. Black needs are deprioritized until the next election. Republicans scare you into staying home if you think your vote won't matter. Democrats scare you into showing up because the other guy is worse. Neither model is about earning your trust with actual delivery. Family, this is where we flip the game. We cannot keep showing up for fear. We have to show up for policy. And if it's not on the table, we keep our plate empty. That means setting clear demands before we commit our votes, tracking delivery, not just rhetoric, building local power that isn't dependent on either party's national machine. The boogeyman politics stops working when the audience stops screaming on cue. We need to make them work for applause and for our vote. Family, they've been running the same hustle on us for generations. Dress up fear as urgency, package it with a donkey logo, and sell it as salvation. Texas is just their latest prop. But here's the truth they don't want whispered, let alone shouted. The power they dangle in front of us every 2 years is already ours. We built it. We bled for it, and we don't have to hand it over to anybody who won't put it to work for us. We are not political hostages. We are not background extras in their campaign commercials. We are a people who have survived everything America threw at us. Slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, and we did it by knowing who we are and standing together. So here's the deal. No more blank checks for politicians. No more lesser of two evils without a contract for what we get in return. If they want our vote, they better come with receipts before Election Day, not fairy tales after. Because the real fear they have ain't losing Texas, it's losing us. And when we finally move as one on our terms for our agenda, they can't scare us into silence. And they sure as hell can't scare us into submission.
Even AI gets it. So why don't y'all get it, Democrats? We're not going for it no more. No more symbolic gestures. You're going to have to do something specifically for us. You're going to have to do some tangible legislation specifically for us. An anti-Black hate crime bill, direct lineage-based cash payments for reparations, and qualified immunity in all 50 states, tax-free exemption, etc., etc., etc. Otherwise, you're not going to get our vote. You're just going to continue to sit it out. Yeah, that's some diabolical work. Even AI gets it. All right, y'all. So don't fall for the fear-mongering tactics of the Democrats. If they're not going to offer us nothing specifically in writing, contract in hand, This is what I'm going to do specifically for you. Don't waste your time voting for them. Period. They don't have it on their website. They don't discuss it at their town halls. None of that. Council meetings. Don't waste your time voting for these people. These Democrats especially. Because they are wolves in sheep clothing. They smile in your face, and all while they want to take your place. The backstabbers. And we're not going for the backstabbery no more. All right, so moving along. We got a gang of topics. The system cannot survive if Black Americans rise to the top. That's AI again. Ooh, even AI is getting it, man. That's crazy.
Assalamu alaikum, it's Sister Samila family. Let me make this plain right now. The system you're living in was never built to let you stand shoulder to shoulder with white America. It breathes through your oppression, it survives through your suffering, and the day you're no longer at the bottom is the day the whole thing collapses. Now that we're clear on that, let's get into it, because I'm tired of folks acting like this is about equality in a system that literally cannot function if we're equal. This country's wealth, its power, its so-called success story has always been balanced on our backs. From the moment the first ship docked with our ancestors in chains, our position was fixed. Bottom rung, carrying the load. And every single time we start climbing, they rush to reinforce the ladder so we can't get past a certain step. You know I'm telling the truth. See, they monitor us, and I'm not talking about the regular everybody's on social media type of monitoring. I'm talking about a constant generational watch over our economic, social, and cultural movement. They have entire institutions, think tanks, committees, and corporate boards dedicated to studying us. Not to help us, but to predict and prevent our collective rise. Anytime they see too much upward mobility, they hit the brakes. And they've got 1,000 ways to do it. Economic policy, targeted policing, education, gatekeeping, even cultural programming. Now, let's talk about that cultural programming. You ever notice how the most destructive behavior in our community gets the biggest platform? They will cut a check quick for music that degrades us, for TV shows that clown us, for influencers who tell the world we're only about violence, lust, and ignorance. If you are willing to embody degeneracy, this system will give you the bag, the billboard, the headlines. Why? Because they know image shapes destiny. If they can convince the world and us that this is who we are, it makes it easier to keep us in that bottom position. And on the flip side, what happens to the wise and righteous among us, the ones who speak with clarity, who walk in discipline, who call for unity, economic independence, and submission to Allah's will? Those are the ones they sabotage. They stifle their businesses, shadow ban their platforms, dig up old dirt, or create new lies to assassinate their character. They know a righteous leader can shift a generation, and they cannot afford that. Don't act brand new, family. They did it to Marcus Garvey. They did it to Malcolm X. They did it to Martin Luther King Jr. They did it to Fannie Lou Hamer. And today, they're still doing it to anyone who tries to pull our people towards self-sufficiency and divine obedience instead of dependency and chaos. But here's what I need you to hear loud and clear. Those days of sabotage are coming to an end. Why? Because Allah has had enough. The Quran says in Surah Ashura, Ayah 30, and whatever strikes you of disaster, it is for what your hands have earned, but He pardons much. This system's hands have been filthy for centuries, and the disasters are multiplying. Wow. The same tools they use to keep us down are turning on them. Look around. We're being cut off from their system. Mass layoffs. Jobs we thought were secure disappearing overnight. Social services that were once lifelines now being stripped away or made so difficult to access that they might as well not exist. At first glance, that looks like more oppression, and in some ways it is. But spiritually, it's also a divine push. Allah is using this to force us to create our own true provision and wealth. I'm telling you right now, we have been too comfortable begging at somebody else's table, and Allah in His mercy is flipping that table over. He's saying, get up, go build your own. And we already have proof we can do it. Remember during the pandemic, when everything was shut down, chaos in the streets, jobs disappearing, and everybody said it was over for us? Black Americans created more businesses than any other group during that time. That's right. In the middle of crisis, we built. While the system was falling apart, we were laying foundations. That's not a coincidence. That's our history. We thrive in chaos. We come out of fire like diamonds, stronger, sharper, and unbreakable. But to keep doing that, we have to reject the poison they keep trying to feed us. Stop letting them reward us for unrighteousness. Stop letting them trick us into celebrating what destroys us. I don't care how big the check is, how many followers it brings, or how much temporary fame comes with it. If it's promoting death to our spirit, death to our families, death to our dignity, it's a setup. And stop waiting for the same system that put us at the bottom to pull us up. It's not going to happen. It can't happen because, like I told you at the start, the system cannot survive if we're equal. Think about it. If we were truly on equal footing, who would they exploit for cheap labor? Who would they over-police for profit? Who would they use as the cautionary tale in their political speeches? Who would fill their prisons, pad their police budgets, and justify their surveillance state? That's why they monitor us so closely. That's why every time there's a surge of Black home ownership, they start playing with the housing market. That's why when our kids start excelling academically in large numbers, they change the rules, cut the programs, or move the goalposts. That's why when we start forming independent economic networks, they hit us with zoning laws, IRS audits, or smear campaigns. Family, we have to stop thinking of these as random events. This is coordinated, this is by design, but here's the beauty. Design can be outmatched by destiny, and our destiny is not to be at the bottom forever. Allah promises in Surah Al-Qasas, Ayah 5, and we wanted to confer favor upon those who were oppressed in the land and make them leaders and make them inheritors. That's us, the oppressed, the overlooked, the underestimated. We are destined to inherit, but not through the permission of this system, through the will of Allah and the work of our own hands. So how do we get there? First, return to the wisdom of our ancestors, not just in the cultural sense. I'm talking about the spiritual discipline, the communal responsibility, the economic cooperation. Our people knew how to pool resources, how to feed each other, how to protect each other. They knew that no one in the village eats unless everyone eats. We need that back. Second, return to Allah, not just in words, but in action. Obey his laws, align with his justice, seek his guidance before we make moves, because when we move with him, no weapon formed against us will prosper, and we've got centuries of weapons aimed at us. Third, use this moment of being cut off from their system to build our own. When the job is gone, that's the time to start the business. When the benefits are gone, that's the time to form the cooperative. When the safety net disappears, that's the time to weave one together with our own people. And don't let the chaos scare you. We are children of survivors. We carry the blood of those who endured the Middle Passage, who built nations from nothing, who rebuilt after cities were burned down in Tulsa, Rosewood, Wilmington. They tried to bury us every time, and every time we grew back stronger. So yes, the system can't survive without us at the bottom, but that's not our problem to solve. That's their problem to face when we decide we're not playing that role anymore, when we stop feeding their prisons, their low-wage economy, their entertainment industry that profits off our pain, when we pull our talent, our dollars, our genius, and put it back into our own hands. And make no mistake, they will try to stop us. They will try to distract us with celebrity gossip, with manufactured beefs, with political theater. They will try to scare us with threats of what happens if we step out of line. But here's what they can't stop: a people who know who they are, whose they are, and where they're going. Allah is already shifting the ground, the layoffs, the cuts, the instability. It's uncomfortable, yes, but it's also a mercy because it's making us see the truth. We were never meant to depend on them. And when we embrace that, we will build something they can't touch. So my word to you today is simple. Don't just survive the chaos, master it. Let it refine you. Let it push you back to Allah and forward into the future our ancestors dreamed of. Build now while their system shakes. Create now while they're distracted. Unite now while they think we're too busy struggling to plan, because the truth is, we're not just at the bottom of their system, we're the foundation. And when the foundation decides it's done holding up the weight of a corrupt house, that house falls. People worthy of our history, worthy of Allah's promise.
Wow, this AI, man, this shit is trippy. it's not lying though. Like everything it's saying is truthful, like to a T. Like, it's saying it better than we say it. Like goddamn. But yeah, this system definitely was not built for us to survive or rise to the top. But we definitely rise to the top um, without their permission. We don't need their goddamn permission. We do what the hell we want to do. All right. So this is crazy. Like the AI, how the AI just disseminated that information. It's just like wow. But yes, no lies detected. That was all truthful. What the Muslim AI sister said, it was all truthful. Like what the hell? All right, y'all. So now we're gonna get on Kubar. Dr. Kubar. Dr. Kubar, Dr. Kubar, Dr. Kubar is Wilmington, Delaware. Plans to auction off Dr. Umar Johnson's vacant buildings. Yep. You're right, Black Joe. He said it's super trippy. He said AI has been super trippy. Pray for the best, prepare for the worst. Okay. So Wilmington, Delaware plans to auction off Dr. Umar's vacant buildings. Ooh, mm, mm, mm. So for the past 12, 13, 14, damn near 15 years, we've been waiting on this goddamn school from Dr. Kubar. Dr. Kubar said back in like 2012, 2013 that he was going to create this school for boys called the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. 12 years later, all we have is 2 vacant buildings. I want my goddamn money back. I donated like $50 to that damn school back in 2016. I want my shit back. Like that was ridiculous. I actually believed in this shit. Like, oh yeah, we do need a school for our kids, our boys especially, to learn our true history. And shit, let's see how that shit turned out. So Uncle Phil is gonna give us an update on that.
Now, I know a lot of people are hearing a lot of this stuff with Dr. Umar Johnson. It last, he has come out that they're going to auction off those buildings that he has for a so-called school that he never opened. But 10 years ago, I had made a commentary about him after his debacle he had with this so-called conscious stripper person. And I had interviewed her, after all of that. And I asked him, hey, you want to come on and talk about it? He didn't want to say nothing about it. But after the fact that I made this video 10 years ago, and now you find out 10 years later, no school, not a single child in there. Now, you know that a lot of paperwork has been out that he's getting charged the vacant building fees because the building is considered vacant, especially if you don't have a certificate of occupancy. Is considered vacant. Okay. So what I want to do tonight, I want to play that video I made 10 years ago. Now I can get further into, that situation, how, I know that he's lying to y'all just from the fact that he been knowing this situation going on where he hasn't paid bills for years, but yet he's gotten so much money. And that's what bothers me about the situation is that the community really believed in him to try to open up a school for the children. And he just took it as a long-term hustle, hotel hustling, as I said in the particular video. So go ahead and check out this video and what I said 10 years ago. And now you understand that why I've never really been a fan of him. Let's go ahead and check that out.
About maybe a few weeks ago or so,
we had the concert stripper on the Advised Show radio show. Now, the reason that she came on the show was to put what she had to say out there and to see if it matches up with Umar Johnson, what he had to say, and for her to defend herself on what people wanted to critique her on. Now, I didn't know now one of them at all. I don't know him. I don't know her. I know of him, but I never followed him like that because there's some things that he say that I just cannot go along with. But that's to each his own. But when I heard everything that she had to say, and a few things she pointed out, she said he's very arrogant and he's not the right person for the school. Now, their personal relationship, what they had, that's their business. I don't really care about that. But one thing I can't stand is pimp preachers and hotel hustlers. Can't stand the both of them because they both say that they're for something noble, but then at the end of the day, once the smoke clears, it's all about money, ego, arrogance, and what they want to do. Now, I've done videos about Creflo Dollar, and many of you have seen some of these videos. But now I have to do this video about Umar Johnson because how is it that I would talk about Creflo and I won't say nothing about him? Forget that, because he is the same thing as Creflo Dollar. He's just not on the level of Creflo Dollar. That's the only thing. And I'm pretty sure he wished he was on that level to collecting that sort of money. There's a video that came out of Umar Johnson in his own words. Now, see, let me tell you the difference between me and everybody else. I show before I talk. So let me go ahead and roll the clip of Umar Johnson speaking to people about his school and what he thinks about funds coming in. Then after that, we're going to break down certain pieces of what he said and show you how this is just totally wrong. Let me go ahead and roll the clip.
That's what we're working towards. So far, we raised $250,000. I'm gracious, but I'm not content. I know y'all got a lot more to give me than some $250,000. When Darren Wilson killed Michael Brown, white folks gave him $300,000 in 3 weeks for his defense. And Dr. Umar Johnson is trying to build a state-of-the-art school for black boys that y'all all know I need. And after 6 months, I only got $250,000. Trifling ass black people. I'm gonna call it like I say it. And I don't care if you get offended. We can handle that outside. We trifling. I should have been had that $2 million. I should have had that $2 million 30 days after I started the fundraiser on May the 20th. It don't make no sense. But y'all sure call me up when the school's messing with your son. Did you make a donation to my school? Oh, not yet. Bye. Click. That's the new Umar. You want some help with your son? Did I get a donation? No, I want to hear that. Mail the donation, then you call me back, and then I'll help you with your son. But you're not going to use me to fight white folks when your son shouldn't even have to put up with them in the first place. We're trying to buy the St. Paul's College in Lawrenceville, Virginia. Still available. I was in communication with the president about 3 days ago. He told me the school's still an option. But now they're trying to sell the school into pieces. Now they're trying to sell the student center. If they sell that student center, I don't even want the rest of the school no more because the student center is the best thing on the campus. Day before yesterday, I was in Port Gibson, Mississippi. The NAACP invited me down there because they have a school for sale. Chamberlain Hunt White Military Academy. Nice school, too. It's not as big as St. Paul's, but it'll work. So I'm just hoping y'all help me raise this $2 million before somebody buy them schools. That's what I'm hoping. Okay? So if you need the information to mail in a check or donation, if you brought a check or money order, make it payable to FDMG Academy. Make sure your name, address, and phone number is on your donation. I really don't want cash. I prefer to have a paper trail with your donation. But if you got to make it cash, you need to put it in a piece of paper, wrap it up. Do not give me raw cash. Put it in a piece of paper with your name, your phone number, your email address on it. Why? Because when we finally open up that school, everybody who helped me, whether they gave me $1 or $1 million, I want to make sure they get properly honored. We're going to have an honorary ceremony for the people who cared enough to help me build that school. I need everybody in here to come up with $1 amount that you can afford to mail every month, and you mail it. I don't care if it's $10, $20, $50. You come up with what you can afford, and you send me that. I'm getting sick and tired of getting texts on my cell phone for black folk talking about I've donated, like they done. You gave me $25 damn and you think you free now. We got to raise $2 million. Your ass ain't done. I better get some more and some more and some more and some more until we hit the goal, brothers and sisters. That's the way we're going to have to do this. We also want to teach our children African spirituality. African spirituality. It's not a religious school. We're not into that. I don't want the kids coming back home to you because you're part of the problem. You got Willie Lynch all in your system. White Jesus on the wall, teaching your kids to be multicultural, daughter looking like Beyonce, a head full of blind ass weed. What the hell I want her coming back home to you for? Resume, we've already received over 600, but that's not enough because we need schools everywhere. We need to have a Pan-African school district everywhere black folks are. We need a FDMG, ADAG. So send me your resume. You can email your resumes to fdmgresumes@gmail.com. And you don't have to be a school teacher to work. We need security guards. We need nurses. We need counselors. We need house parents that live with the children. We need bus drivers. We need maintenance. We need engineers. We need painters. We need barber and hairstylists, natural hairstylists. I don't need no perm juice. It ain't going to be none of that. Okay? So if you want to work at the school, send me your resume. Don't wait till the last minute. There's a school.
Okay, so you watched the clip. Some of you may caught on some things that what was said, but we're going to go ahead and focus on some things. Now, I feel having schools to teach our kids the right history, accurate history, African history, and all other subjects that they're not learning in public schools here in America is a great thing. And I feel that is the right plan, but this is the wrong man to do it. Because there are people within our community who are highly committed to doing schools, who are very educated, who speak like they have an education. They don't use the language of the uneducated, profane language. But on the first clip, what we're going to examine is the part where he was talking about the school, and even with the quote we put up where he said trifling, you know what, black people. So I'm going to play that real quick.
We raised $250,000. I'm gracious, but I'm not content because I know y'all got a lot more to give me than some $250,000. When Darren Wilson killed Michael Brown, white folks gave him $300,000 in 3 weeks for his defense. And Dr. Umar Johnson is trying to build a state-of-the-art school for black boys that y'all all know I need. And after 6 months, I only got $250,000. Trifling ass black people. I'm going to call it like I said. And I don't care if you get offended. We can handle that outside.
Now, I want you to focus on some things he said. He said the school that I need. Wait a minute, Umar. Is it supposed to be for you? Or is it supposed to be for those kids? That's what I'm just trying to understand with you. Because you kept saying I. Like it's your stuff. It's a personal accomplishment for you. And you said that after 6 months, after you only got $250,000, and they are trifling black people. And if you are offended by this, we can go outside. So wait a minute. So you're supposed to be teaching children or having a school for our children, Umar Johnson, and then you're telling people if they disagree with you and what you just said by calling black people, you said black people, the whole group, they didn't give you no money. Right. Black people are trifling because they didn't give you $2 million in a month? Are you crazy, Umar Johnson? If you lost your last mind, who the hell are you for somebody just to give $2 million to? Why don't you sit up there and try to get some investors or somebody else? Well, maybe you'd have had an investor if you wasn't fooling with strippers. That's your problem, right? So you got on Facebook talking about I lost $1 million donation because of this chick. You lost $1 million donation because you wasn't smart and you were fooling with chicks you shouldn't be fooling with, saying you want to open up a school. Like I said before, right plan, wrong man. So how you going to come up here just having this arrogant attitude about money? They gave you $250,000, dude. Right. And you still having an attitude about that? You could start some sort of school with $250,000. You see what you want to do is you want this grand school, this grand college-looking school, and you never opened up one before. Yep. You start out small, open one small, then as it grow, people will say, hey, look, he bought It's so many schools in the black community that's been shut down. Why don't you buy some of those schools? They have been shut down 50 schools in Chicago. Buy one of those schools. Show you, hey, we actually bought this school and we gonna renovate it, but it's gonna cost X amount of dollars, so help me out do it. And people see, okay, he bought a school, he doing this, he doing that. But I said it before, as we continue, right plan, wrong man. So in the next clip, I want you to hear something else this man is saying. It's just totally not a person that I would say you should follow, because they are going to lead our kids in the right way. Let's go ahead and roll the next clip.
Anybody in here to come up with a dollar amount that you can afford to mail every month, you mail it. I don't care if it's $10, $20, $50. You come up with what you can afford and you send me that. I'm getting sick and tired of getting texts on my cell phone for black folk talking about I've donated, like they done. You gave me $25 damn and you think you free now. We got to raise $2 million. Your ass ain't done. I better get some more and some more and some more and some more until we hit the goal, brothers and sisters. That's the way we're going to have to do this.
So he's not even grateful for the donations he received. He said that you better give him more and more money. This is what he had to say. You're not done yet. And this is a guy, once again, who people have given $250,000 to open up a school. That's sad. That is very, very sad. Now, this guy is just seemed like to me he hotep hustling.
Yep.
Because a lot of people say that it's been years now, no school, but yet he's still asking for money. He hasn't even put out a plan to people who donated yet, because we said on the school, radio show, when the lady called and said she worked with him, put out a plan. Nobody heard anything at all. But yet he keeps saying he wants more money. Let's go ahead and roll another clip that's really disturbing to me as a parent. Let's go ahead and roll that clip.
African spirituality. It's not a religious school. We're not into that. I don't want the kids coming back home to you because you're part of the problem. You got Willie Lynch all in your system. White Jesus on the wall, teaching your kids to be multicultural, daughter looking like Beyonce, a head full of blonde ass weed. What the hell I want her coming back home to you for? She stay with me and the boys stay with me in the dorms.
So you heard on that clip that he said that the children don't need to go home with you. Who in the hell he's supposed to be?
Right.
He's talking about you got the children looking like Beyonce. Umar, you with a stripper that had blonde hair too.
Right.
Right? You think we forgot about that junk? I mean, that even sounds kind of weird. You stay there with you at the dorms. What the hell?
Right.
Like, so, ain't nobody parent in their right mind will sit up there and send their kid with a guy like this.
Right.
But remember, it's the same guy that said if you have an issue with him, he gonna take it outside. So what? I guess you a thug? Well, I don't believe in letting my children or any child be around some old thug. That sounds like that's what you are when you're saying let's take it outside. Now you're supposed to be Dr. Umar Johnson, but you're acting like the local street thug.
Right.
And then you having this arrogant attitude with people, telling people they have to give you more money, telling people they trifling and all this other stuff because you need the school. Remember, not the kids. I need this school. I need this. And y'all trifling because white folks gave Darren Wilson $300,000, but y'all didn't give me for my school that I need $2 million in 30 days. Now, at this point, if you choose to follow Umar Johnson, it's your business. I don't care about all your Umar Johnson fanboys and fangirls. I really don't. Because at the end of the day, I have to put out the truth. Because, like I said before, if I talked about Creflo Dollar when he was wrong, Umar Johnson gets no pass from me.
Right.
But, you know, when you're involving children, that just crosses the line for me. It really do. So we had to put this truth out there. I know many of you not going to like this, and you probably going to write me and say, why did you do that? Why did you talk about? His own words did it. It wasn't text messages from a stripper. It was his own words. And the sick part about it, black people laughing about that, thought it was funny, thought it was a joke. Now, let's see if he's going to get upset like he always do and want to cuss and fuss and whatever else. At the end of the day, Umar Johnson's a hotel hustler. I see it as that. No different. I see Creflo Dollar's a pimp preacher. Just that simple. You can come to me and say, you're just trying to destroy what the black man's doing. Any brother that's doing something wonderful, you ain't never heard me say a word about him because I won't say a word about him. because they ain't got no reason to. But if you pulling some stunts like this and you saying the things this man is saying, and you constantly asking people for a quote unquote school for our children, oh yeah, I'm gonna say something about it, because I care more about the next generation than adults anyway, because adults make their own decisions. Children are still impressionable. So let them know what you think, hate or not. But this guy just exposed himself as a hotel hustler. Nothing more I can say about that. Leave me your thoughts. Now, after 10 years later, right after that, from that video, now you understood back then why I called him a hotel hustler at the time, because he's hotel hustling. You know, that's all it was. It's a hotel hustle. I know plenty of black people who have a school, and we have schools that really could expand in our community, and all the money that he's been given over the years. And yes, I know it's entertaining to laugh at the Black Queen Forever Snow Bunny. That's fun. That's entertainment, and that's fine. If you want to be an entertainer, it's cool. Don't have no problem with me. He always talking about somebody struggle streaming, but yet he's streaming just as much as the struggle streamers. Maybe if he was struggle streaming, maybe he'd get the money to pay his taxes.
Right.
Because struggle streamers do pretty good. You know, people like Kai Sanat and I Show Speed, they consider struggle streamers to him, and yeah, they doing pretty good. They are. This is a name, just two, right? But Dr. Umar Johnson, this is why black people a lot of times don't believe in other black people. It's because of individuals like that.
Yeah.
Just take advantage of people in the black community, don't do what's right, and then now black people are upset of what's going on, and now they have to sit up here and either defend you because they feel like, man, I gave this dude money, or they got the egg on their face.
Yeah.
Now, do I believe he's going to come up with the money to pay for that? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Now, he do, okay, he do, but I just don't believe it at this point. This man is not a businessman, not by a long shot. You can't open up a school by yourself. It takes teams.
Right.
It takes contractors.
Yeah.
It takes a curriculum. It takes kids to be a school.
Right.
A building isn't a school. Lord Jamar tried to help him.
Yeah.
And he talked crazy to Lord Jamar, because Lord Jamar knew somebody who opened up a school. He said, hey, man, I can get you this person. They can help you open up your school. Mm-hmm. He don't want no help from Lord Jamar. Should have known back. Well, some people should have known back then that you don't turn down help when you got somebody already did it. You don't turn down that kind of help.
Right.
But I hope in the future, black people, you just be a little bit more diligent and tell people, you know, before they say you want to open up a school, listen, you should already have a school open.
Right.
You should already have a school open yourself. It's okay to come in and assist people what they're doing, but you haven't done anything. He should have at least have the wherewithal to create a school on his own that you can look and see, so you can give money to.
Right.
I said, look, he already got kids. He already got the school going. He already got the curriculum. We looking at the website. We looking at the programs. We looking at this. We looking at that. Mm-hmm. Just in the future, just make sure that you do that. Don't let these people that got a slick tongue take your bread. Mm-hmm. They're not handling the business right. But when I made that video 10 years ago, a lot of folks were mad at me. But 10 years later, now you see what I was talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely see what you was talking about, Uncle Phil. Wow. Uncle Phil was right on point about Dr. Kubar. And like Black Alpha Network, I got to meet him too. I met him back in 2016 to be exact. And shout out to my boy Moraine and the Sankofa family. They would bring him out here to Denver, Colorado. And that's when I donated to the school. I got a picture with Umar Johnson. Like, I actually met the dude, and at the time I believed in what he was talking about. But like I said, great plan, but wrong man. And he tried to sway us on it. And I was compelled to say, oh, well, yeah, we need something like this. It sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I'll support this. Yeah, here's $50. Down there 10 years later, yeah, 9 years later, almost 10 years later, still ain't no damn school. And now the state of Delaware, the city of Wilmington, is about to auction off. Is about to auction off those two buildings that he kept saying for years were going to be the sites for the school. And years later, still no school. I even had tellers online that was trying to debate with me about this. Like, oh, here's the address to the school. Because I said, where's the school at? We're still waiting on the school. It's been 19 years. We still ain't got no goddamn school. Oh, here's the address right here. I found the address. Okay, it doesn't even say this place is open. Is there any enrollment? Like, what the hell? No. Mm-hmm. If I go back 9 years ago, I'm like, no, not donating the damn thing. I could have kept that $50 in my damn pocket. Mm, mm. If I knew that this was going to be a scam, but that's what them Pan-Africanism to be on. None but scammers. Scammer. And Dr. Kubar is no different. Just another scam Africanist. That's how they make their living, by scamming people. Scamming FBA. It was mainly FBA that donated to that damn school. So we all want our goddamn money back. To sue this bastard. But it looks like he going to prison, like Black Alpha Network said. So we kind of like getting let out of a turn up. It's not gonna happen. All right. So yeah, shame on you, Dr. Kubar. You let us all down with this bullshit. And now you paying for it. That ABK is a mug. You try to speak against FBA, try to come at us. He was on that Democratic chivalry. And he was keeping for the illegals too on top of it. Like, nah, man. They're all gonna meet that anti-black karma. So moving along to scam Africanism. Has Pan-Africanism benefited Black Americans? The quick answer is hell to the no. But let's see what Tariq got to say on it. So Tariq gonna give us an update on has Pan-Africanism, or as we call it now, scam Africanism, benefited Black Americans.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
Boom. Let's get Boom in here.
Hey, what's up, Tariq? You can
I can hear
me?
you, brother. How are you?
I'm all right. I hope you good. I had one question, right?
Yeah.
You said there's 43 point something plus million FBAs. Now, when two Nigerians have a child here, they join that 43 million as far as the census is concerned. So do you actually think that there's less FBAs than what they count due to all these Islanders and Africans that are first generation that get counted to that
No,
number?
see, that's what I'm being a little conservative about the number, because if you entered immigrants and all of that, it would be more Black people if we're going to count just people as Black, quote unquote. But as far as foundational Black Americans, there are at least 43 million plus just of our lineage. Okay. So they've already counted. I don't, how many immigrants are here? How many African and Caribbean? Is it like 5 million? I forgot. I forgot what the number is.
But I'm talking about born here, first generation. From what I've researched, they get included into that 40-something million. Though. I could be wrong, but I was just asking what you thought about that.
Well, right now, there's a delineation that's being discussed for the census. They're doing certain documents now where they'll ask if you're Black, if you're a Black immigrant, if you are a descendant of slaves from America. So there, certain forms are starting to delineate based on lineage now. And when we were having the reparations hearings out here in California, for example, we were making sure that it was a delineation of lineages. We were just making sure people could trace their lineage back. But yeah, you're not, if a Nigerian come over here and have a baby, you're not going to be a foundational Black American. A foundational Black American is what it is. You can't become one. You already have to be one. You already have to be a foundational Black American, right?
Yeah, but I'm not speaking of the lineage. I'm just speaking on the census and how they get those numbers, if that makes sense.
Right.
I understand the lineage and how a person with 2 Nigerian parents is not an FBA.
Right.
I'm just saying when they speak on the 45%, 45 million African Americans as they label them on the census, would that include those first generations? That was my only question. And what I was
they would probably be in the Black or African American category, So there it is.
That's all I
There
have,
you go.
brother.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's get what's that, Dr. Dury?
Dr. Duryea.
What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on? I just wanted to give you your props, man, because I listen to you a lot. I've been a fan for over 10 years, and I hear a lot of your techniques when you deal with Dr. Nilly, when you deal with people on the space, and I hear a lot of Dr. Nilly Fuller, how you keep asking questions until you get the answer. And I implemented that, and I watch you do it. It's a master class if people really go back and understand exactly what you're doing, and it's really ingenious. But I'll close. I'll land my plane here with a lot of them know exactly what FBA is. It's just a diversion tactic to confuse things. It's just like when people talk about the difference between when people always bring the Jew issue up to you, right?
Right.
And they always want to make a difference, a delineation from being white to an ethnicity. So they jump all over the place, and they just want to make things confused. So I'll land my plane with that.
Much respect. Thank you, brother. Let's get Darrell.
Darrell, yeah, Darrell. How you doing, brother? I was calling, is the FBA movement kind of like the Chicano movement and Mexicans?
Not really. Yeah, not really. No. I think it's basically acknowledging our lineage and our foundation status of being the people who the United States was built on top of. So the Chicano, I think that's kind of a different thing. Yeah, that's completely different. So
Okay. And one more thing, brother. I was a numerator for the census, and I did for the tribes out here in Central California, and ran into a lot of natives, and they were saying, welcoming me, talking about, brother, you were one of us. Like, and one of the elders was like, I was like, no, I'm Black, I'm African American. He was like, no, we have Indians that was darker than you, brother.
Yeah.
And he was showing me some North Fork where I was at. And it was just deep. But when you go into casinos, the tribesmen and the chieftains is $5 Indians.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're telling
So I was,
yeah, they know what's up, especially out here. Yeah, but thank you so much, D. But yeah, out here in California, you had so many Black tribes out here. Oh man, there was several writers who wrote about all the Black native tribes out here in California. That's not a coincidence. They talking about the Ohlone people. And just go look at old images of California Indians. When I go to different museums out here in California and go to national parks and stuff like that, and they have these old images of the natives, a lot of them dark as hell. Ontario, what's up? Ontario. All right, Ontario won't say nothing, so we'll get Keith Nixon in the building. Keith, what's up? Mr. Keith?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Keith. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, Tyreek, man?
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I want to speak on this Pan African uh, uh, um, thing that's going on, man. My question is what you build from it. You dig what I'm saying? Come, nobody have never shown me that Pan African came. What was the result of it? Is it just a club? That's a club.
Right, right. Yeah.
That's a you just y'all just going to these because I was part of it years ago, and on it was just meetings of talking about Sister Bessie gonna make the Kool-Aid and you know what I mean. What's the growth of it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because nobody can really define it that well. They can't even define it that well. They just start calling everything Pan-African, and then it don't really have no true definition, and it's all over the place. That's the thing. Ain't no real definition to it. Then people try to tell me, but you made some Pan-African movies. No, I didn't. I ain't never claimed to be no Pan-Africanist. I ain't never, ever used that term for myself. I don't use that term. I've never did. Now, I'm about unity. Now, I'm all about unity. I'm cool with everybody. That's just what it is. I don't have no problem with everybody. If you're a person who's deeply melanated with woolly hair, like me, I'm going to show you respect. Off the sure, everybody's good. Unity. That ain't me trying to be under the Pan-African banner. We can respect each other's lineages. When I go to Jamaica, I respect their Jamaican lineage. I respect Haitian lineage. I did a movie about the Haitian history. That's how much respect I have for it. I didn't try to Pan-Africanize them. Respect their history. Everybody has their own unique history. We can respect it all and still have unity. I like to use the Crips and Bloods for an example. When we had the LA riots out here, the LA uprisings, the Crips and Bloods put them differences aside, joined forces, unified. Wasn't no pan gang. Nobody started to claim one big gang. No, they unified under their respected gangs and sets to go against the oppressive system. That's just unity. That's what I'm about. But with the right people. I'm not trying to be unified to a fault, you know. Who is this? Let me see. Let's get Gamma. Let's get Brother Gamma in here. Mr. Gamma. And Dark Knight, I was going to bring you up. All right. Let's get a few people in here. Let's get Dark Knight. Oh, wait, hold on. What's up, Gamma?
Hey, what's up, Tariq? Just a question. I know the brother, I think it's Arthur W. He's with everything that went on with the interrogations and demonstrations trying to give brothers and sisters this, does that open the app for us to create our own Freedmen tribe? They've got a history of this thing.
Okay, yeah, it's hard. To be honest, I can't understand what you're saying, brother. I'm gonna get you back on. Yeah, it was your phone connection was extremely janky. It was going in and out, so I couldn't really understand what you were saying. But I try to get you back on in a minute. Let's get Leem. Let's get Leem in here. Leem, hop on in.
Yeah, hello.
What's up, Leem?
Yo, hey, I had a question. I remember a story that you mentioned a while ago about a woman who was in a town, and the whole town was in like some kind of a catastrophic event, and the whole town is like no longer here.
Yeah, that was Julia Brown down in Julia Brown down in Frenier, Louisiana.
Okay, I've been looking for that story for so long. So interested in that, but thank you.
Yeah, it's deep. Yes, indeed. Yeah, look that up. There's a real
Julia Brown.
Julia Brown down in Frenier, Louisiana. It's right outside New Orleans. Yeah, the sister. That's why I tell you that majority shit is real. Y'all better not play with it. This sister was down here in this small town in Louisiana, and they were doing some discrimination against her and her husband. Her husband died, and they did something janky to her. And she told the whole town that when I die, I'm taking this whole town with me. She kept telling them that. And they're like, oh, this woman is crazy. She's like, "Yeah, I'm crazy, but listen, when I die, I'm taking the whole town with me." And she just kept telling them that for the longest. When she died, a hurricane came and wiped the whole damn town out. And they never rebuilt it. They were like, this town. They never rebuilt Freenya. When I was out in Louisiana, I went out there to visit that area. That place still got their asses shook.
I wiped it out.
Yeah. That place still has them shook. They were like, we are never building this again. Yeah, we're gonna charge this to the game. Yeah, the white folks know what it is. Yo, Quay, what's up, brother?
Yo, Tariq, how you doing, man?
I'm good. Quay, what's going on with you, brother?
Yeah. So I'm African. I'm Akan to be specific. I wanna get your perspective on a few things, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So I've been talking to a few FBA people for like I would say a couple of years on this app. I talked to Professor Allen and Wani kind of regularly, so they know me. And I want to know if you have an issue with Pan-Africanism in the concept of it, or in its faulty execution, where you felt like Black Americans didn't get the benefits from it that it was supposed to get in principle. So is it more of an issue with the idea of Pan-Africanism, or is it a problem with the bad execution of it, if you
Now,
get what I'm saying?
here's the thing. Define what Pan-Africanism is.
Solidarity between people of African descent.
Okay. How come there's no Pan-Africanism in Africa? Because there's too many tribes and everybody's divided.
That's the thing. A lot of these tribes are sometimes the same ethnic group and are just divided as tribes because some of them decided to stay in some different area or whatever. That whole point of there being 3,000 tribes or 3,000 languages in Africa is not something that's subscribed to. I speak a few African languages, or understand a few mutually intelligible African languages. I genuinely think it's a point that white supremacists kind of use to make it seem like Africa is more uh, diverse and more divided than it is. The word for meat is the same from like Ivory Coast all the way to like South Africa. How does that happen? You know?
Right, but there's so many tribal differences, and then it turns into tribal beefs out there. So you're
A lot of these beefs are recent. Well, wouldn't you agree with that? Wouldn't you agree that very little issues? Okay, I'm listening.
with respect, these are not really recent. They've been beefing for a long time. That's why Africa got colonized the way it did. They've been beefing for a minute. This is not recent. No, well, shit, at least in the last 500 years, they've been beefing like crazy since the invasions and people running from this way and that place and becoming a tribe and then forming another tribe and forming another ethnic group. All of that comes from being nomadic, people running all over the place. And
That's the thing. Not most Africans are not nomadic. There's evidence of there being agrarian societies in Africa for like thousands of years, like 10,000 years ago. Plants like yam and black eyed peas and okra and stuff like that. You don't produce that by being nomadic.
yeah, you have all those different tribes by definition. You have those tribes by being nomadic. If you were stable, you wouldn't have to have all of those tribal groups. It's all about this group moving here, that group moving there, this group being amalgamated into another group. that's a nomadic existence. That's why there's so many different tribes, so many different languages, so many different ethnic groups, because of the ability by definition, right?
Pan-Africanism to some extent, and then there's conflict to some extent as well. Would you just agree with that?
But we haven't defined what Pan-Africanism is. Now,
I mean, I said it was solidarity between African people of African descent. So
right.
I'm of African
That's
descent.
theology. Okay, so that's an ideal that has not come to fruition. The conflict is real because you can count the dead bodies.
Wouldn't some people being multi-ethnic be a representation of Pan-Africanism?
No, that's just showing people fleeing and running all over the place.
No. I'm saying multi-ethnic but still African, like being of multiple African. Because me, for instance, there's like 9 different African ethnicities in my family, not counting Black Americans and Jamaicans. But those would also be people of African descent, you know?
Yeah, because you're a continental African. So yeah, you of course you're going to have you're going to identify with all of the different African tribal groups. Now, people who have been outside of Africa for centuries, they've had ethnogenesis like we have. So to require us as foundational Black Americans to be under the banner of continental African, that's incorrect. That makes us generic Africans. That makes us cultureless. We have our own unique, distinct culture here as foundational Black Americans, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I respect that Black Americans have their own distinct culture, but I don't think that let's say a Black American saying that he's of African descent erases all his culture. I think Black Americans have a lot of culture, if anything.
Yeah, you can.
But I don't think that
Right.
anybody's right in saying that Black Americans don't have their own distinct culture. They're just one ethnicity among others, you know?
Right. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me get Great Black Shark in here. Great Black Shark, hop on, brother.
Salute to you, Black man. Can you hear me okay, brother?
Yes, I can. How are you? Great.
I'm doing grand, fam. I hope I was well over there with you and yours. Respectfully to the brother Quay, I'm going to bring up some things that I hope that you really consider here when it comes to the idea of selling Pan-Africanism to foundational Black American freedmen. Now, one of the things that we must do if we present any ideology or concept to people, we need to have proof of concept, policy, or in practice that it works.
Right.
Now, a great example of this in the modern era, because as Brother Tariq is saying, it's one thing for us to say, okay, we're unified, we're all together, we're all together. We need to talk about what are we together to do.
Right.
Being together and not producing anything is worthless. Now, I'm going to give some modern examples. I'm going to give you 2, Brother Quay, and we're talking respectfully here, all right? And you can respond when I'm finished. A great example of Pan-Africanism in the modern day to sell to foundational Black American freedmen would be if 2 things happen. Right now, if anybody knows the history of Zimbabwe on the continent of Africa, this nation was sanctioned because the people took back their country from the white supremacists. Now, if Pan-Africanism was to start and say, hey, this is why you should join this movement, why is it that the other 53 nations over there out of the 54 don't tell the Western power, say, okay, if you're going to sanction our sister nation Zimbabwe, you can't get any more resources from us anywhere on the continent until you lift those sanctions. And until you do, hey, we're not worried about what you're going to try to do to us. We're going to make sure our sister nation of Zimbabwe is good. We don't see that because, unfortunately, a lot of the Pan-Africans and a lot of the leaders of those African nations, they fear white supremacy to the point that they don't want to risk opposing it. And then we can extrapolate this to Haiti, okay? If we're going to talk about Pan-Africanism, why is it that African nations don't say, you know what? We see our sister country over here in the Caribbean is doing bad. Let's help them out. Same thing. We're not going to give you any more resources until you lift the sanctions and all the economic hardship that you placed on Haiti. So what I'm saying to you, Brother Quay, if we're going to sell people on the idea of joining something, we need to have proof of concept policy. And the last point I want to make is this. When it comes to Pan-Africanism dealing directly with foundational Black Americans, a show of good faith will say, okay, we don't expect you to drop your cultural identity, but to show you that we really want you, brothers and sisters, to be a part of this movement, we're going to advocate for things that we see you're fighting for here. Let's advocate for you to get your reparations without trying to be a part of it. And let's advocate for you to get an anti-Black hate crime bill. So those are the points I want you to consider. And with that said, I'll land.
Thank you so much. Great. Go ahead, Quay.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate the question. The question. Sorry, my French accent popping out. Here's the thing. I don't think that in what you said you have an issue with the ideology in itself. You have an issue with how it's been executed. Again, that was my main question. I think the things that you mentioned are mostly
it's just been us
things that African nations don't do anything about because they don't control what they eat. Like some countries right now in Africa have to import food from some places, or there's NGOs that claim to be feeding Africans, but then the NGOs are used to purchase things from, let's say, European or Western companies. And that's the system of white supremacy. This system is being backed by some people who are short-sighted in Africa.
Oh my God.
It doesn't mean that these people are the majority. It doesn't mean that these people represent the bulk of the people that are there, but they are the people who are calling the shots or making these decisions. And it's the same thing in the Caribbean. If economically, if you don't control even what you eat, how can you have a say whatsoever? Because just one decision could make millions of people starve or die. Because America is kind of a bully nation. I mean, look at the history of Black Americans. Anytime the Black Americans have tried doing something for themselves, America wasn't going for it. So how much more, entire nations outside of the boundaries of America, So that's my short answer.
There you go. I got Brother McCall on here. Brother McCall, hop on. Brother McCall, hop on, please. Brother McCall. Brother McCall, where you at, brother? All right, I wanted my Brother McCall to hop on in here. Oh, there he is. Brother McCall?
Great Minister of Code. How are you?
I'm so good, brother. How are you?
Excellent. Just living the dream and winning. You mind if I speak to Mr. Quay?
Absolutely. Go ahead, brother.
Excellent. Brother Quay, how are you?
I'm good, Mikhail. How's Ethiopia?
Excellent, 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 excellent. It's been a while, huh, since we talked, right?
Yeah, been a minute.
Good. See you working on my tone, calm, relaxed. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, a real man's got to be stoic.
Go ahead, Brother McCall. You there? Uh-oh. I don't know what happened. Brother McKell, I tried to get you back on. I don't know what happened. All right. But all right, Brother Quay, thank you so much, brother. We're going to wrap that up. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, to be honest, I don't even know what Quay's point was.
Brother, I wanted to kind of respond briefly to that, if I may, brother.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the Brother Quay was talking about the people over there don't control like how they eat. First of all, now Africa has some of the most fertile farmland over there of any place on the planet. Now, if the people are not controlling that, then that's on them. And then as far as like their leaders not taking responsibility or standing up, here's the main thing, and I'm going to say this briefly and go ahead and land. The problem with why they don't oppose the system of white supremacy or the West is because today, even though they're free on paper, people keep overlooking the fact that at least 19 African nations are willingly a part of the British Commonwealth. That shows that they are still mentally colonized. And so if they're not mentally ready to oppose white supremacy, then how are we going to unify with them when we are the minority over here and we consistently have a history of opposing this system? But that's it. I'll let it drop there, brother.
There you go. Thank you so much, brother. Yes, indeed, man. But yeah, Pan-Africanism, nobody can really define that thing. Nobody can really give it a real good definition. It's just unity among Black people of African descent, but ain't no unity in Africa like that. People over there aren't unified like that.
That's what we've been talking.
You know, we just got to be very honest. So it's basically an idealistic viewpoint that has not really been enacted like it's supposed to be, and everything ends up falling on us as foundational Black Americans. So that's what we're saying. We don't want to just bear the brunt of this one-sided Pan-Africanism. That's all we're saying. All right, let me go ahead and wrap it up, family. It's been real. Everybody go to Hidden
Frontline Black News. Yeah, man. For real, like, this was a whole clinic on why scam Africanism is dead. It's been a one-sided affair. It's been only FBA's championing it. We can't do it no more. It's not benefiting us one iota, as Dr. Claude Anderson always says. It don't benefit us one iota. So why are we still doing it? I mean, in my case, I was a Pan-Africanist. I thought that was, the way to go at one point in time. But when I realized that shit was not being reciprocated and that these damn tethers did not like us and they was going out their way to undermine us, I said, to hell with that shit. And that was, for me, about 6-7 years ago. I dropped my RBG flag and got me an America flag. And at that time I put ADOS, but I crossed that shit out, put FBA. So yeah, I've been on this for a minute. And like I said, I'm a Panther Cub. So like I have relatives. My grandma and my father were both Black Panthers. My grandfather's parents were Garbyites. So, David Hammer's flag, yep. Actually, Grace Swisser's flag. She's the one that came up with the original stars and bars for the original colonial flag. So, yeah. Yeah, that's one of them veteran flags right there. Got that from my grandfather. But yeah, Pan-Africanism been on one side of the fair. We can't do it no more. And when we tell these people we can't do it no more, they go, well, you must be in love with the colonialists. No. It's the complete opposite. We're not in love with the colonialists. We're just not going to keep towing the line for something that's not benefiting us one iota. Especially when we sit up here and fought for these damn immigrants to be able to come over to this country because we thought they were going to be reinforcements to fight against racism and white supremacy. And they get over here, they get right in line with racism and white supremacy, the status quo, and go against us. So, no, we can't do it no more. We've wasted too much time, 60 years of this madness, and it's gotten us nowhere. We got, as a result of scam Africanism, we have a whole caucus that's full of immigrants. Now, there's FBAs in there too. There's a lot of immigrants in the Congressional Black Caucus, or as we're now calling it, the Congressional Black Immigrant Caucus. Because a lot of them aren't even of the soil. They're not even of the American soil. They're from foreign lands. So we cannot do it no more. We just can't. It's not benefiting us. It's been a one-sided affair. The cape is off. They thought we was playing. We said 6 years ago, but the cape is off. We're not caping for you other groups. That included you Africans. That included you Caribbeans. That included any of you diasporians. That included all of y'all. We can't do it no more. It's not being reciprocated. It's not being reciprocated. It'd be one thing if it was being reciprocated. It'd be one thing if we had an actual model that we could pattern after. But if there isn't one, and there hasn't been one for 60 plus years. And the dude that kept telling us to go back to Africa, Garvey, he didn't even set foot in Africa. So, no, we can't do this no longer. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely replay this on Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka in the Chase, because Shabaka definitely needs to hear this Twitter space, so give it a better understanding of where we've been coming from. And we said we're not on that no more. This is not 1975. This is 2025. This is 20. So the next topic is DC. DC, the nation's capital, is under siege right now. DC flooded with federal agents and National Guard. What's really happening? So Lisa Cabrera is going to give us an update on that. Then I got 2 more clips about what's happening in DC. And then we're going to get to our last 2 topics, the main topics I was trying to get to when I designed this show. And that is the unhoused neighbor news and the illegal migrant news. Since this is a continuation of part 3 that we did on Monday. And those are the last topics we did not get to, so I had to get to them today. All right, so Lisa Cabrera going to give us an update on what's happening in DC. It's known as the District of Columbia.
Shalom, family. Good to see everybody here. Well, we're going to look at what has gone on in DC since Donald Trump made his announcement about the National Guard and the feds taken to the streets because he claims the crime is going through the roof. But to this very day, the media and everybody is still saying crime is going down. It's not going up. And I stand on what I said. I believe this is a distraction from the Epstein files. I really do. Donald Trump needs to do something big and grand to distract everybody from Epstein. So the people in DC, you can tell they're at ease. They're very uncomfortable. And they're saying people are afraid to come out in the streets. And the National Guard and the feds are virtually on every single corner in DC, walking up and down the streets, asking people for ID, so it's not a good situation for those residents. And I really feel bad for them. But this is what Donald Trump has done. So I guess if he can't get martial law, he'll just try to create the situation for it because he knows we're not coming out in those streets. He already knows it.
I definitely want
All right,
you to
y'all. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And those of you that live in DC, be careful out there. Be careful, because I know if this was happening around me, I know darn well I would never like it. I would never like this going on around me. Who the hell wants the feds and the National Guard walking around being all nosy? getting all up in your business. Who the hell wants that?
Yeah, other shit Rico has.
And you know who's going to always get it the worst is going to be the people that are not a problem because they're soft targets. That's who they're going to really hone down on. Anybody that's not really a problem, a soft target, not doing anything, that's who they'll be approaching. And anybody that's a real problem, they won't be bothering them. Okay, let me share my screen. Shalom to everybody in the chat. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you.
Look like weed too.
Y'all, DC looks empty right now. Like, it's weird out here. Trump sent over 800 National Guards out into the city today. And he took over the police station. He's saying it's about crime, but crime is actually down this year. It looks like everybody is just staying in the house because the vibe is off. The whole city feels tense. National Guard everywhere, police under federal control. It just feels like the city got taken over overnight. This is DC today, August 11th, 2025. I've never seen it like this. It's just crazy. One day you wake up and the whole city is under a totally different kind of watch.
Shabaka, he was talking about a Twitter space I had just played before you came on in the chat. It was about has Pan-Africanism benefited Black Americans. I'm going to play it again Friday, but if you want to rewind the video, you can, because it was the last topic I covered before the DC, what's happening in DC.
This just makes you wonder what's next and how long is this gonna last. If you're in Washington, D.C., stay safe out there. And if you've been feeling the same weird energy, you are not alone. I don't know what's coming next for our city, but all we can do is pray.
It's been federal.
National Guard members are now patrolling the streets of Washington, D.C. after President Trump launched his crackdown on crime. Their first mission is to patrol the National Mall and offer a presence at the city's monuments. White House officials say the troops are there to assist local law enforcement and clear out homeless encampments. The Army says guardsmen are not carrying weapons, but do have access to them.
Look, the National Guard marching down the streets in D.C., Washington, D.C. Straight down Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's for Pennsylvania.
Lots of reinforcements and a huge presence right now of troops. This is very big.
And worse.
What is going to happen, D.C.?
This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back.
Yep, they will.
Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The National Guard has taken over Washington, D.C. How do you guys feel about this? The crime in D.C. is about to go to zero, as they are in the nation's capital, taking over. How do you feel about this? Is this too much, or is this exactly what the president should have done? President Trump ordered them in. They have now taking authority over the police department in Washington, D.C. The National Guard is taking over. There will pretty much be little to 0% crime now, as they have taken over. They have federalized this as it is already a federal state in control, but now they are in command of the police department out there in DC. Even the mayor, even everyone who does not like Trump are coming out and saying, you know what, we need this help. There's no reason why we should be the murder capital of the world, even if crime, according to Democrats, have gone down. Which brings me to what I got to show you from Judge Janine Pirro. As you can see right here, these are the images of the National Guard in DC right now. As they are they're in command. They are taking over the streets. Again, we've seen bad things happen in Washington, D.C. Before we get to Judge Janine Pirro, well, we've seen, congressmen and women attacked. I remember there was a congressman who was shot out there in these streets right next to the White House. So here we go. So, and now that we watch these videos of the streets, here is Judge Janine Pirro going off the script, because now the media is giving Trump a lot of backlash, and anyone supporting this a lot of backlash, because of the fact that they claim that the crime is down, that crime statistics are actually at an all-time low in Washington, D.C. And I'm also going to show you a lot of people in Washington, D.C., they're actually very and extremely happy about what's going on. But first, let's go here to Judge Janine.
Y'all see how they going to endless blocks in D.C., just hopping out on people, harassing them? That is not going to stop these youngins from killing, y'all. Like, what part of this don't y'all understand?
Right. I don't blame.
They're going to try to find a loophole to kill still. Like, y'all got to try to find programs for these kids. Try to help these kids get legit money. Oh, they not trying to hear, oh, yeah, y'all just popping out, harassing people for 30 days straight, and then they go back to the regular lives killing. What's going on? We had summer camps, programs, all type of stuff. Now they only got a Glock with a switch with a 30 in it. I understand what you're trying to do to like decrease the crime, but Mo, here that's not going to work. Really, just teaching them to be better criminals. Me personally, try to find something where people can get the young kids can get legit money. If they can get legit money, a lot of stuff wouldn't happen. But then again, niggas got off. You run into your op when you trying to get legit money. I ain't gonna lie, there ain't no saving the youth. I ain't gonna hold you. It's too far gone. The youth is gonna keep killing. It's like it's nothing gonna fix it, in my personal opinion. Like, people died. Like it ain't no squashing certain things when people die. So it's like all this police hopping out on people, harassing people. They got harassing civilians at that. Like it's not gonna help y'all. I don't know what to tell y'all, but it ain't gonna help y'all. So all the young niggas, man, just be safe, y'all. Put your head on the swivel, man. I just pray for every youngin' out here still outside doing what they doing, man. Cause all my friends dead or in jail, so I don't gotta I can't. That's the only thing I can tell y'all. It only come with two things: death or jail. So, and I hung with some serious people in this city. I'm talking about the ones that need documentaries in this city. Like I'm telling y'all. So it's just me personally. Like man, just stay smart, stay out them people's way, and get to the money, y'all, on a coup.
Streets in DC with guns.
Coming.
All my homies are dead as well.
Get inside! Get in your house now! Let's go!
Oh, hell no. Coming to a city.
Get in the house!
Get in. Are you okay? Are you okay? You got hit?
It was shooting at the white people too.
How y'all doing today? Y'all staying in that trouble? You got your ID on you, Chip?
No, I live right here.
Oh, hell no. They go with the
cigarette.
These fools in the streets acting slow. They're acting like this shit.
Y'all get a call or something about right here?
No, so we're doing checks. Keeping everybody safe down here, right? Have you heard of the federal surge that Donald Trump's put down?
No.
Right. You don't follow
No.
Code 3, anything like that? But no. All right. So yeah, Trump's got all federal agencies kind of coming together, 7 days, going out, trying to stop the violent crime, all kind of stuff. So we're out here contacting people, talking to them, right? Quality of life offenses, smoking, drinking in public, right? Can't happen outside. Right? Most people know that. So we're contacting people, trying to advise them of the law, so they learn. And there's other stuff going on where it turns into there's multiple agencies.
That's not violent crime. That's petty shit.
We're just out here trying to inform people and educate people. It's not like we're trying to just go grab people and ruin
These vets are supposed to be kind of powerful cars. Exactly.
I only asked because when you walked up at the moment you walked up, you only had eggs.
Yeah, well, it smelled like the odor of marijuana, burnt marijuana in the air, right? And you're the only guy that had something lit in your hand, and I didn't flash, so I didn't realize it was just a cigarette. So that's how I'm appreciating you understanding and not yet. All right, so just know, right? Learn, teach, tell your boys, like, yo, everybody's out. From FBI to park police. Right? So do your thing, let them know. Don't be smoking outside, don't be drinking outside. It's Donald Trump's tired. People come to visit.
I didn't know. Yeah.
You didn't know smoking in public?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the rest of the
Because in Maryland, it's recreational use. So I didn't know.
Yeah, so DC is recreational use as well, right? But you can legally possess up to 2 ounces. You can give an ounce to your boy, right? So if you had 2 ounces, he said he needed a zip, you can give him a zip.
Colorado.
But you can't smoke outside.
With tourists and children strolling past.
This is a bit startling.
The Army says the National Guard troops will support local law enforcement, and that some have been directed to maintain a presence at national monuments. But that's an area of the nation's capital where crime has been generally low. City officials say the troops will be unarmed, but an Army official said they will have access to their weapons just stored elsewhere nearby. The Guard deployment comes the day after President Trump declared a temporary federal takeover of the D.C. Police Department, a move D.C.'s mayor called an authoritarian push and an intrusion of the district's autonomy. Attorney General Pam Bondi, who President Trump says is now in charge of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, met with Mayor Muriel Bowser.
What I'm focused on is the federal surge and how to make the most of the additional officer support that we have.
Crime in the district has been trending downward. Violent crime down 26% from last year, and the homicide rate down 11%. President Trump is also vowing to clean up the Capitol and get homeless people off the streets.
Homeless individuals will be given the option to leave their encampment, to be taken to a homeless shelter, to be offered addiction or mental health services, and if they refuse, they will be susceptible to fines or to jail time.
President Trump's decision to order a federal takeover of the Washington, D.C. Police Department is unprecedented. It is also limited. Under federal law, he can only do it for 30 days unless Congress authorizes a longer takeover. As for that National Guard deployment, there is no such time limitation on that. Diane?
All right, John Carl, thank
I just came outside. I've been inside all day. It is fucking border patrol on every fucking corner in Northeast. Stay inside, stay safe, be smart. I wouldn't even advise you to jaywalk at this. Like, it's not safe. Stay safe.
It is very dangerous.
Be smart. Talking to the men, okay? Man, it's border patrol on every corner in Northeast.
Not into DT. Shoot.
I know that's right.
But I.
Then it would like all the doctors around come that way. But also.
Hindi, minded ako na eh. It's my life. Put that Rocky 5 on. Touch me and I'll sue you. Yep. That'll get the job done, cuz.
Yes, they are doing random stops of people driving through in cars.
Shit, I'm glad
they're doing that too. So yeah, it's crazy. I don't think. Ooh, I would not like that. But you know, it's not like the people in DC have a choice. You know, Donald Trump. This is what he did after some former Doge employee got his ass handed to him out on the streets out there. So this is the extreme he went to. You know, I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. I just think this is stupid. I mean, I know there's crime everywhere, but
yeah, they do.
These folks, you can clearly tell they are shook. And they said, you know, DC don't even feel the same with all of these feds and National Guards walking around, and they're out there all night, y'all. This is 24/7. They are out there walking up and down streets, you know, and patrolling all day and all night. So I know they got to be uncomfortable.
Right.
And yeah, they can make random stops. And like I said, the only ones that are going to suffer are the ones that are not committing crimes. You know how these folks are. They never get the hard criminals, but they always get the little kid walking down the street, or some guy coming home from work, or some woman just standing out on her porch. Those are the kind of people they take down. But the ones that are causing all the problems, they seem to never get those folks.
War going on in the wrong country. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're right. If Donald Trump get away with this in DC, yeah, other cities are coming. Yeah, he's going to do the same thing. And one of the biggest complaints is they notice he's doing this in cities where a lot of our people are. You know, those are the cities that he's targeting. So it's not shocking to me. It really, truly isn't. But I just pray for the people in DC. I hope, who knows how long this is going to go on. I heard 30 days, and then I heard it could be longer than 30 days. But nevertheless, it's still a very bad situation for the residents. And as you can see, like that woman said, it's a weekday. You would usually see people out and about, you know, in DC. And the streets look like a ghost town. You didn't hardly see nobody out there. You know, people are afraid. And they don't want to be a target to the feds and the National Guard. And you know how it is. They ain't going to look at anybody that look like them. They're going to look at the people that look like us. They're going to always be the number one target.
Always. Mexicans.
I know, it's crazy. But like I said, and like I showed y'all yesterday, The crime is going down in DC. It's actually getting better. It's not getting worse. That's why I'm saying it's got to be a lot more behind this that we're just not seeing on the surface.
Yeah.
It's got to be a lot more behind this. And we'll soon find out if Donald Trump is doing something shady. We will see it. It will come to light eventually.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
6'3" soldier. Stay off of the streets, y'all.
Okay.
My subscribers that are in DC, stay off of the streets. If you
right, Shabaka, they can't keep him there indefinitely unless the Congress approves it. They said they can only be there for 30 days, but that's going to be 30 days of terror for them Black Bostonians.
You can stay off the streets, do that. Absolutely. Because Donald Trump is itching to get martial law started. And we've actually complicated it for him because we have not been out protesting. Every little trick they have tried, we have not fallen for it. We stay out of the streets and we're not helping these immigrants protest. So it's been difficult for them to lure us out so that they could declare martial law. So I guess if we're not going to go out there, then he'll do something extreme. Because they just can't trip us up anymore. We're not falling for any of their tricks. So I guess he feels he's got to do something to try to push this martial law stuff along.
And during Obama's term.
And don't help them. For real. Don't help these folks.
Yep.
So, y'all, I just wanted to show you this update on what's going on since Donald Trump called for the National Guard. Can you imagine that? Crime is down, and he called for the National Guard to come in. But when January 6th happened, a real crime was going on.
Right.
The National Guard was not called in to go up to the Capitol.
Right, that part, Lisa.
Talk about ass backwards, for real.
Unless things change.
So I would like to thank Gigi. Thank you for the super sticker. I deeply appreciate you supporting my channel.
For the Democrats again.
So y'all, please enjoy the rest of your night and be on the lookout for my videos and live streams tomorrow. Shalom, family.
Yeah. We can keep on dreaming in the perfect world, yeah. But this ain't that. Unfortunately, Shabaki. Let's see what's going on. Some more in DC. City Media Group is going to update us on some more happenings. DC police commander busted for faking crime reports or crime stats. Them stay silent. Ooh. And of course, as we just seen, the National Guard has been deployed on the nation's capital.
So starting today at 12 giant grocery stores in DC and Maryland. If you have a bag over 14 inches, you cannot take it inside the store. Here's a backpack, 14 inches. This one can't go in. Also, if you're under 18 years old, you cannot go into the store after 6 p.m. without an adult. Giant store leaders say it is all because of thieves, and shoppers we spoke to say all these new rules, these are a small price to pay.
It's a private business. They can set their own rules.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, shop somewhere else. It would also keep prices down for us as a consumer. And I think the stores are trying to do the best that they can to help the consumer out. And if that's what it takes, then that's what they have to do. I'm for anything that works.
I don't know, Shabaki. Do you know the answer to this question, Jamie? I don't know. I don't know California laws like that, Shabaki. I would say it's a good possibility. If they came on one accord, he said, can California have special elections to remove its congressional members? Yeah, I think each they'll have to do it in each district. Like they would have to recall them in each district. That'll be the only way they could remove them.
If it makes anything better for the community, and if it works for the kids to keep the kids from coming in, I think because you should teach the kids not to steal. So anything, right? Yeah, anything that works for the community and everybody else.
It's unfortunate because apparently a lot of theft has been happening, and that's the reason why. So they got to do something. Otherwise, we won't have a giant. So to prevent it from closing, I don't blame them.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, we have to head on over to Washington, D.C. Why is that? Well, because of this piece of news and information right here. U.S. military preparing to surge National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. to fight local crime and youth violence. Now, originally, I wasn't going to do a video about this because there just wasn't much information to go on that just made for a good informative video, right? Outside of the usual left-right banter, liberals being pro-crime and conservatives being anti-crime. Outside of that, there just wasn't really much to go on. But then I listened to what Scott Jennings had to say. And Scott Jennings and the information that he provided when he was on CNN just blew the lid off of the idea that crime is actually dropping in Washington, D.C. when he made reference to this article that I want to show you right here.
Okay.
When he made reference to this article, D.C. police commander suspended, accused of changing crime statistics. When he referenced this article, that's when I said, okay, now this is worth discussing because it goes beyond the usual left-right banter, those who are pro-crime versus those who are anti-crime. Now we have some real information to go on that substantiates a lot of the claims that people have been making for years, that when it comes to blue cities and blue states, they're tampering with the crime statistics. A lot of people have been alleging that for years. But what's very interesting, even more so concerning DC, is that it's not just a matter of reports and research papers coming out and accusations. What you have here also is in Washington, D.C., this man right here, if I'm saying his name right, Greg Pemberton, Greg Pemberton, this man is the chairman of the DC Police Union. And he exposes exactly and precisely how crime data and statistics are manipulated to make it appear as if crime is decreasing in Washington, D.C., when that's far from the case. Far from the case. But now let's go back to this article here first, and then we're going to go through a couple of video clips afterwards. Once again, the article is titled, U.S. Military Preparing to Surge National Guard Troops to Washington, D.C. to Fight Local Crime and Youth Violence. Allow me an opportunity to scroll down, and then we'll get into this and unpack this very quickly. The U.S. military is preparing to activate hundreds of National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. as part of President Trump's sweeping federal crackdown on crime in the nation's capital, according to authorities. The preparation comes as 120 FBI agents from across the country have already begun patrolling D.C. streets overnight and backing up area cops at carjacking hotspots, despite many lacking local patrol work training, the Washington Post reported. Now, this is very important. Let's listen to what Donald Trump had to say when he spoke on this on Truth Social, right? And I quote, "Be prepared. There will be no more Mr. Nice Guy. We want our capital back," Trump wrote in a post Sunday on Truth Social ahead of a planned White House press conference Monday morning about the city's cleanliness and general condition. Trump will go on to say, "The homeless have to move out immediately. We will give you places to stay, but far from the Capitol. The criminals, you don't have to move out. We're going to put you in jail where you belong." Trump wrote in the Truth Social post. The mayor of DC, Muriel Bowser, is a good person who has tried, but she has been given many chances and the crime numbers get worse and the city only gets dirtier and less attractive, Trump said in a different post on Sunday. Now, here's where we get into the crime statistics, right? Violent crime is down 26% compared with this time in 2024, according to police data. And there have been roughly 20% fewer juvenile arrests this year, the Washington Post reported. Now, I want to say this before we get into Scott Jennings. I want to say this first. What there needs to be, right, when you're taking into account these statistics that are saying that crime is down 25, 30, 35%, because you see this with the mayor of Chicago as well as the mayor of Baltimore as well. They're reporting that crime is down 30%, things of that nature. You have to look at their policies overall for one. When we're talking about violent crime being down, they're currently writing a national trend. Nationally, crime has been dropping. Violent crime has been dropping for about, I want to say maybe 2 or 3 years now. So number one, they're writing a trend. But do the policies that they've implemented match up with the crime statistics that they're reporting? What do I mean by that? We've talked about this in the case of Chicago. How is it possible that you're telling me that violent crime is down 35%, yet at the same time your homeless population has tripled in the same time period? That doesn't make sense as far as policies are concerned and the effectiveness that is having on the city. That lets you know that something really funny is happening with the numbers when you have just contrasts that are that drastic. Never mind the fact that the city is running over a $1 billion deficit and the Chicago Public School District is running a $735 million deficit, and it's expected that it's going to be like a $1.3 billion deficit by 2030. All of that has to be taken into consideration. How can your city be that much underwater in every category when it comes to fiscal responsibility, when it comes to test scores, when it comes to homelessness? You're just underwater drowning. But yet you're telling me
that is very true.
Violent crime is down 30 some odd percent. Something doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up. And Scott Jennings blew the lid on that. And I want to get into that next. I was going to play a video from MSNBC with this guy here. I'll put him on the screen right now. But it's just pointless, man. It's just the same old. You know, it's racism, white supremacy, and Trump is trying to distract from the Epstein files. It's just a typical Democrat playbook. So there's no real reason to even listen to what this guy, his name is Eddie something, what he was talking about on MSNBC. It's just irrelevant because it's just so tired. You're not saying anything or giving any real information. You know, it's another one of these, you know, professors or doctors or whatever that they try to go off the aesthetic. You see, I have the dorky blue glasses. I just can't wear regular black glasses like TD. You can't wear just a standard, you know what I mean? No, I have to have the goofy blue glasses, and I have all these books behind me on my bookshelf that makes it appear that I'm extremely smart and highly intelligent. But that's what it's about. It's about the appearance. It's about making you think that I'm intelligent, making you think that I'm really smart, while the entire time I'm saying absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, you have a guy in Scott Jennings who just talks the truth like a regular, normal human being and backs it up with facts versus gaslighting. So let's get into what Scott Jennings had to say. Forget about what this DNC lunatic is talking about on MSNBC.
And so I'm anxious to see how far he wants to take this. But frankly, I think for the people who live there and the people who visit there, they're going to welcome extra police presence on the street. That carjacking that happened to the White House staffer the other night, you know, there were a couple of cops sitting there. Had they not been sitting there and witnessed that, I don't know what would have happened to that poor kid. He got beat up by 10 people, a 10-person gang. And so I think the more patrols you have, whether it's park police or whoever, the safer people will feel going around our nation's capital. They exist in a state of lawlessness. I mean, we have blue cities all over this country and blue states that have sanctuary laws where they have encouraged illegal immigration. I mean, that's the problem in California, is that illegal immigration has been welcomed and coddled. And then when you go in and try to enforce federal law, there was, all sorts of unrest and violence and mayhem on the streets. And so that was a situation brought about by the local officials there trying to resist, I think, the enforcement of federal immigration law. In Washington, D.C., everybody who lives there and everybody who visits there on a regular basis knows it's not safe. It is not safe. And there's even discussion in the ranks of the police department there. I think one guy's been put on suspension because they've been downplaying the crime statistics there to try to give people a false sense of security. So I don't think this is political. I think it's about safety. And in the case of California and other blue states, I think it's about the enforcement of federal immigration laws that are on the books. And you have Democrats in those places trying to resist that. I do not understand it.
I almost forgot to make mention of this. This is kind of, you could say, I guess, metaphor. Something that I was thinking about on the drive to my office before I started recording, right? I want to come back over here before we unpack, what Scott Jennings was discussing concerning this right here. DC police commander suspended, accused of changing crime statistics. If you want to know what's going on in any city, you have to actually ask the people and talk to the people that live there and ask the police officers that work the streets, right? You know how you have, let me pull this up. Look at this here, right? Let's come back to these kind of statistics that you see here. Allegedly, violent crime is down, what is that, 26% in DC? Allegedly, it's down 26%. And you'll have the mayor of Baltimore as well as the mayor of Chicago. They'll cite similar statistics, right? There's what the data says, allegedly, and then there's what the people and the police say. Those are two different things. The same way how when you, let's say, check the weather, it'll say 85 degrees. But do you ever notice, like at the bottom, depending on the weather app you're using or if you're Googling the weather, it says 85 degrees, but real feel 92. Meaning the technical temperature is 85 degrees, but it actually feels significantly hotter outside. That's what this is when you're looking at these so-called, crime statistics, right? That appear to be highly manipulated. When the real feel doesn't match what the data is saying, Democrats, you're going to lose this argument every single time. You're going to lose it every single time. You can shout 35% decline and all this stuff all you want concerning violent crime. But when the people on the ground don't feel that, then it's a moot point. You're not saying anything. And then that's what calls for further inspection into whether or not, or I should say further investigation into whether or not this data is actually true. Because you'll have somebody like a mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, which is where I live in LA. She'll sit up there patting herself on the back like she's done something amazing. I think she had a press conference recently where she stated homelessness is down 9%. And she was so proud of herself. But the real feel, if you ask anybody that lives here in LA like I do, what's the real feel? The real feel is that homelessness has gone up 900%. Because you're walking down the street or you're driving down the street and you're seeing people laid out on the street and you don't know if they're sleeping and knocked out from the drugs or whether or not they're dead and they OD'd from the drugs. I don't know. Outside of my office building a couple of days ago, I was leaving out, driving around the corner, and guys just laid out on the ground. Is he sleeping or is he dead? I don't know. Not too long ago, I was coming off the 405, got off the Manchester exit, going east on Manchester. As soon as I hit that right going down Manchester with my son, guy laid out on the street. Is he asleep or is he dead? I don't know. But the real feel is that homelessness is not going down. The real feel is that it's clearly out of control. So once again, all these numbers have to be put into question. And that's where we come into now this article here, right? When the real feel isn't matching the data, you got to start questioning everything. DC police commander suspended, accused of changing crime statistics. I'm not going to go through this article here, but I'll play the attached video that you see there at the bottom. So let's get into this next as we bring things to a close.
Well, hi there. The D.C. Police Union is putting its allegations on the record tonight, claiming police supervisors in the department are manipulating crime data to make it appear violent crime has fallen considerably when compared to last year. As of today, according to the D.C. Police website, crime is down 25%, a decrease the chairman of the police union calls preposterous. The union's allegations come as the former commander of the 3rd District stands accused of doing what the union says is being done day in and day out. News 4 reached out to Commander Pulliam for comment. He denied the allegations against him and referred us to the public information officer. As for the union's allegations, Chairman Greg Pemberton laid it all on the table.
When our members respond to the scene of a felony offense where there is a victim reporting that a felony occurred, inevitably there will be a lieutenant or a captain that will show up on that scene and direct those members to take a report for a lesser offense. So instead of taking a report for a shooting or a stabbing or a carjacking, they will order that officer to take a report for a theft or an injured person to the hospital or a felony assault, which is not the same type of classification.
Greg Pemberton says the police department's command staff is focusing on two categories in order to get the numbers to fall. They are armed with a dangerous weapon, an injured person to the hospital.
When management officials are directing officers to take reports for felony assault, or if they're going back into police databases and changing offenses to felony assault is not a category of crime that's listed on the department's daily crime stats. It's also not something that's a requirement of the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting Program. So by changing criminal offenses from, for example, ADW bat or ADW gun to felony assault, that would avoid both the MPD and the FBI from reporting that as a Part 1 or a felony offense.
Pemberton says the union has been gathering evidence for some time now by looking at reports and talking with officers all over the city.
What we've heard through our members and through members of management that are willing to talk with the union is that this is a directive from the command staff, is that they want to make sure that these classifications of these reports are adjusted over time to make sure that the overall crime stats stay down.
As of last Monday, when we spoke with Pemberton, DC crime data shows violent crime was down 28%. Today, the department's website says violent crime is down 25% when compared to the same time last year, and overall crime is down 8%.
That's preposterous. There's absolutely no way crime could be down 28%. Last year, they suggested that it went down 34%.
And you see, and that's what I'm saying. So year after year, it's just dropping drastically, 35%, 25%. You're seeing these drastic dips in these cities. But if you take a finer look into the data and how they're doing data collection, it appears that there's a lot of manipulation going on. Mm-hmm. And even outside of the manipulation, I'll end it here. You can go back to Chicago and the reference that I gave once again. Okay, crime is allegedly dropping 25, 35% violent crime. Okay. And we'll just rule out the fact that, for the sake of argument, that it's a national trend that violent crime is dropping overall in general. We'll rule that out. But when you start looking at the effect that their policies are having on the city that they're commanding over, for lack of better words, right? That they're the mayors over overall, right? How come your policy doesn't seem to be affecting anything positively in any other area? Like when you look at what's happening in Chicago, none of what Brandon Johnson is executing is having a positive effect on the city. The data doesn't reference that. You only see that with these so-called crime statistics that are allegedly showing that crime is going down. You look at everything else from fiscal management to test scores, to just literally any and everything else, right? In a dumpster, in the toilet. And that says all that you need to know. It says all that you need to know. So that just gives you a little something to think about, man, because none of this stuff is adding up when you're looking at the data that they're giving you versus what people are actually saying that live in these cities versus what the cops are actually saying that live in these cities, and versus the policies and effect that these liberal policies have overall on the city. You're seeing that these policies are having a negative effect after negative effect after negative effect. Yet the only positive is that crime is dropping by 50%. Yeah, that sounds a bit fishy to me. Sounds very, very fishy to me. With all that being said, that does it for today's news. So please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And also, please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegram in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until next video, peace and have a
these people here in DC, all these mothers, children been killed in the streets by juveniles, being carjacked by juveniles.
The 5 girls who attacked Reggie Brown were all tried and found responsible as juveniles. Currently under DC law, juvenile offenders can only be held until they're 21, so the girls will all get out within the next few years. Israel says she wants DC crime penalties to be tougher so that juveniles who commit murder can be held for life.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, we're going to head back over to Washington, D.C. Why is that? Because I just want to go over, a little bit of what's been happening there concerning those who have been arrested and picked up since essentially Trump has taken over law enforcement in DC, right? Look at this here. And I need you to explain to me how anybody can be mad at this. Because what's happening right now, and it's been happening over the past, we'll say, day or two, is that you have Democrats that are desperately attempting to make this into a racial issue. Something to the degree of Donald Trump is attacking Black people or something nonsensical like that, when it's very much so a crime issue. Fortunately, the racial aspect of it isn't sticking. I don't see it sticking. Most people aren't going for it, but it's still really annoying to listen to, like nails on a chalkboard. But as it pertains to those getting picked up off the street, look at this here, right? This was from, I believe, the first night. Operation Making DC Safe and Beautiful. Multi-agency task forces are hitting the streets of Washington, D.C., cleaning up crime and keeping our neighborhoods safe. In one night, and this is what they did in one night, arrested 37 criminals, seized 11 firearms, issued 4 narcotic charges, right? So you see one guy here, failure to appear for a trial on an assault offense. You scroll down some more. Photos are a little bit smaller. I'll zoom in here. You got this guy here, possession of firearm, possession with intent to distribute narcotics and carrying a pistol without a license. We got this other guy here, possession of a firearm, possession with intent to distribute narcotics, carrying a pistol without a license. We have this guy here, unauthorized use of a vehicle. He looks extremely salty. This guy looks like he's about to cry. We got another guy here, possession of a firearm, possession with intent to distribute narcotics, carrying a pistol without a license, and it goes on and on, right? I don't need to belabor the point. But what this speaks right to is the reality that if fighting crime was actually a priority for Democrats, and if that was something that they were genuinely serious about, this shows what you can actually do if the will is there to do it. Because once again, this was just one night of intently making it a point to go after and remove criminals off the street, right? Not just patrolling and waiting for something to happen, but going out with the purposes of saying, we are targeting the bad guys. For the most part, a lot of them, we know who they are, and we're going to specifically target and go after them. And that's how you're able to get all that in one night, right? Without even really trying. This is like a half-hearted effort. This was night one. So it speaks volumes to how much Democrats don't actually care about the cities that they run. And they don't care about the people who live in the cities. They only care about the chaos that exists, because as long as there's chaos, they can always find a way to pivot it over to say, well, this chaos exists because of Republicans. It exists because of conservatives. It exists because of some sort of racism. It exists because of sexism, homophobia, right? Despite the fact that you're living in a Democrat city. It's DNC from top to bottom when you're talking about states and cities like, Chicago, Illinois. The city of Chicago is the state of Illinois, right? You're talking about California. You're talking about the city of Los Angeles. Democrat control for how long? Especially when you break it down to city. What racism? What discrimination? What sexism? What homophobia? What are you talking about? Republicans where? Republicans borderline don't even exist in a state like Illinois. Don't even exist. But that chaos is necessary in order for them to stay in power. So they'll allow folks like this to run around and terrorize the communities that you live in while placing and shifting the blame on someone else. And then if Trump makes a move to put an end to the crime,
very true.
Somehow he's racist, right? Let me play this video for you very quickly. It's so stupid how they're trying to interject race into this conversation where it doesn't make sense to. Look at this video here, a quick clip from MSNBC of Simone Sanders. It's this doesn't even make sense what she's getting ready to say, right? And it's so just nonsensical. I'll play this next.
Sanders, that's the one that was.
You don't think more police make streets safer?
No, Joe. I'm a Black woman in America. I do not always think that more police make streets safer. When you walk down the streets of Georgetown, you don't see a police officer on every corner, but you don't feel unsafe. So what is it about talking about places like Southeast DC, right? Ward 8, if you will, that people say, well, we need more officers to make us safe. I think we have to rethink what safety means in America.
You see how it's just like a default that they defer to? What did you be? I'm asking you a question of, do more police and law enforcement presence make people feel safe, right? Is this a good idea? Well, I'm a Black woman in America. What does that have to do with anything? That has absolutely nothing to do with the discussion that's being had. But I'll find a way to interject that into the conversation, because that's the only line of defense that folks like Simone Sanders ever have. And what I find even particularly interesting is the way in which Muriel Bowser, the mayor of DC, she's not playing the game, at least not yet, right? But there's a big difference between how national Democrats, right, those everybody outside of DC, are responding to this versus to how Muriel Bowser is responding to this. And they're going to get into that next in this next clip that I want to play. It's very interesting because they're speaking to this on CNN. If you remember, in the article that I read yesterday, where I was reading the Truth Social post from Trump, when he spoke on Muriel Bowser, the mayor of DC, he stated that she's a good person and she's tried. She's had multiple chances to get it right concerning the crime problem, but now I'm going to have to step in. But my point is that he highlighted and stated that she's a good person and she's tried. Trump doesn't just hand out compliments willy-nilly. If he's handing out a compliment, it's because you're operating with common sense and you're not giving nonsensical resistance to what you know needs to be done. And I'm going to play a clip from Muriel Bowser essentially stating that in a moment. But first, let me play you this clip on CNN where they're discussing that there is a divide between the National Democrats and Muriel Bowser, and they're not following her lead. They're going down the road of fear mongering and all and the like. So let's get into this clip next.
What's striking is that National Democrats are not following Mayor Bowser's lead on this, and that National Democrats have been insisting, just look at the statistics. We have 30-year low, violent crime, whereas Mayor Bowser is talking about, hey, we need to get 500 more police officers on the streets. We'd like the federal government to help us rebuild our jail. She's talking about some of the reforms she did to make it so accused violent offenders don't get out of jail pre-trial. So there is this disconnect, and I've talked to Democratic strategists today that think that, National Democrats saying, look at the statistics is sort of a tone-deaf way to react.
And it's very much, isn't this the exact same problem that Democrats had last year? Look at the statistics. We promise you the economy is great, while people are going, it doesn't feel great to me. That feels like a lot of this conversation around crime, that you can point to statistics all day long that say, hey, DC is safer this year than it was last year. But do people feel safe? Bottom line, if they don't, they may be more okay with something that would otherwise be considered extraordinary.
And that's what I talked about in the last video, right? I called it the real feel, because I was comparing it to when you're looking up the weather online and stuff like that, depending on the weather app you're using or if you're Googling it, right? It'll say the temperature outside is 85 degrees, but then if you look on the bottom, it says real feel 92. Meaning that technically it's 85 degrees, but it feels significantly hotter outside. And that's a hill that the Democrats are dying on. This idea that crime is down, it's record low in all these DNC cities, which they're not. As we discussed in the last video, they are manipulating the data, right? They're manipulating it and just outright not reporting crime. And I'm going to get into that later on in this video concerning here in Los Angeles, right? But when we're talking about crime being down and they're using the statistics to say, oh my God, why is everybody overreacting? Look at the data. If the people don't feel it, then the data means nothing. And the reality is people don't feel it. You're just talking numbers. You're just, these are phantom victories concerning crime allegedly being down, which it isn't. And we're going to get more into that shortly. But the reality is that people don't feel it. And the mayor of DC is very aware of this, that people don't feel it. She probably doesn't even feel it herself. And that's why she's playing ball. And she's more than happy to let Trump essentially do the dirty work of what she's unwilling to do, essentially because she's a Democrat. Because if you're a Democrat, you're not allowed to be tough on crime. You have to just let it go. You have to let the madness happen. You got to cook the books. You got to just not report it altogether. And now that Trump is stepping in and saying, I got it from here, I think she's very much so happy that he's doing so. And that's why you don't see her giving any significant pushback. Look at this clip here. It's another clip here from MSNBC, where they're trying to push on Muriel Bowser that this is some sort of a racial issue, right? That Trump is targeting Black and brown communities. And the mayor of DC, she doesn't bite at all. She doesn't bite at all. If anything, she goes the complete opposite direction. Check this out next.
One of the things that we have seen over and over from the president, from his team, Stephen Miller saying it's like Baghdad in Ethiopia. They seem to hold their harshest criticism sometimes for cities that are majority Black and brown. Do you see that, and what do you think that means?
Not this clown.
I think that I have been dealing kind of with this issue for a number of years. It's kind of easy fodder on the campaign trail. But now we're talking about governing, and my job is to focus on making sure our city is running well, and people enjoy a great quality of life. And I think we're doing a really good job. We do need the federal government's help, as I mentioned, because they have an outsized influence on our criminal justice system. We need more prosecutors. We need more judges. There are other ways to help. Even we want to rebuild our jail, and there are ways that the feds can help with that. But also just doing their part, cutting the grass, fixing the fountains, making sure that federal law enforcement is doing all of the policing that they can do. And I just have to say thank you to MPS, FBI, ATF, who always work cooperatively with us, and we expect that they will again.
Look at their faces, especially the guy with the extremely curly afro. That is not what they wanted to hear. The guy with the 2 chains on, the baby blue suit, and the afro, he looks so annoying. Oh, this is rich. That makes me so happy. That man did not want to hear that. She's not on script with the National Democrats. That's not what you're supposed to be saying. Muriel Bowser was supposed to get on here and trash Trump. And she was supposed to talk about how racist all this is. And she said the complete opposite. The complete opposite. She's thanking the FBI, ATF. She's thanking all the agencies. She's talking about how she wants to work more with them just to make sure that everybody feels safe, right? She's operating with common sense. She's not being an egregious pain in the butt for no reason. Now, mind you, it's not that she agrees with everything that's happening right now, right? She's not necessarily in agreement from what I've seen about the National Guards being deployed. She doesn't agree with that. But there's a difference between, like, we have just kind of a disagreement on how things are being done versus you just being obnoxious, right? Just being completely obnoxious and talking foolishness concerning what it is that Trump is doing by just spewing complete lies and taking things to a territory concerning sexism, racism, homophobia, just nonsensical fear-mongering. You're taking it to a place where it doesn't need to go, because now you're just speaking in nonsense that's rooted in lies. You're just being outright dishonest at that point, right? And Muriel Bowser just isn't playing the game. She's not playing the game, and they hate it. They hate it. But another thing too, another reason why Muriel Bowser, I believe, isn't playing the game, is because she knows and understands that there is corruption going on concerning the DC police, concerning the way in which crimes are being tallied, right? I played the video. I'm not going to play it right now because I just literally uploaded the video about maybe 2 or 3 hours ago, depending on when I upload this video. I just uploaded it, right? Of the chairman of the DC Police Union, where he exposed and explained how DC police cooks the books to make it appear that crime is lower than what it really is, right? And understand, at the end of the day, the mayor of each respective city is in charge, essentially, of the police. They're in charge. So people are starting to think that Mary Bowser knows what's going on with the cooking of the books. She knows that this stuff is happening, and she just hasn't said anything. And essentially, if you don't want this to really fall on your head as bad as it could, don't be a pain in the butt. Don't be goofy. Don't be silly. You know that there's a problem with crime. Just admit it, and let's get it done as far as putting an end to crime is concerned in your city, to which has gotten out of control. And they're going to speak to that next in this CNN clip that I'm going to play now. Check this out here.
I think Mayor Bowser may also know that there's an ongoing investigation in her police department over the potentially manipulation of those statistics, that there have been a downclassing of some of the crimes, there's been a massaging of the numbers and the reporting in order to fit them more beneficially into the FBI crime stats. So she may know some things that national Democrats are not paying attention to.
Exactly. Exactly. She knows. She knows. Because she's in charge of the police. So she knows. And once again, if she doesn't want that kind of corruption to fall on her head the way that it could and the way that it probably should, right? If we're talking about accountability, just play ball and don't be stupid, right? Don't be like Karen Bass. Look at this next clip here. Karen Bass, the troll-faced mayor of Los Angeles, where I live. I don't know why she's speaking. Well, I do know why she's speaking on this, because she's a Democrat and she's doing her job, right? Just be against Trump at all costs, despite the fact that your own city is upside down, right? So just look at this here. Listen to what Karen Bass had to say. And through Karen Bass, I'm going to prove to you and to submit my evidence to you that, yes, Democrats do cook the books concerning crime statistics. We already discussed it in the last video concerning what's going on with DC police. This man already explained it here. And I'm also going to show to you and submit my evidence that here in LA, the police just aren't reporting the crimes, right? They're just not doing it. So let's get into what Karen Bass had to say first, the troll-faced mayor out of Los Angeles. So let's get into this clip next as we bring things to a close.
It's interesting which mayors and which cities he's chosen to focus on. In Los Angeles, where you have crime down a 60-year low in terms of homicides, homelessness is down. He points to homelessness and he points to crime in Washington, D.C. I don't know what's going on there, but I imagine that they are not suffering in the despair that he described in his press conference that in any way would warrant the use of federal officials in this manner.
Crime isn't down in LA. They're just not reporting it. It's not down. It's not down. They love talking. She loves talking about homelessness being down. Ask anybody about homelessness that lives in LA. Like I said in the last video, I'm walking over bodies lying on the ground and driving past them on a daily basis where I don't know if they're asleep from the drugs or if they overdosed and died from the drugs and they're just laying on the ground dead. I don't know, right? This is just a regular daily thing here in LA. So she's full of it. And I want to show you how she's full of it by playing this clip here. This is about a 3-minute clip concerning illegal, what are they called again? Illegal street takeovers, where they do this really obnoxious things with cars where they block off all the intersections, right? And a major intersection here in LA. And you'll just have a bunch of douchebags doing donuts in the middle of a major intersection at like 3 o'clock in the morning, popping fireworks like a-holes. It's really annoying. And nobody ever gets arrested for this. And that's why it continues. Anyways, let me get off my soul. I was about to just start going off. Let me reel it on back in and let's get into this clip next as we bring this video to a close.
Now at 10, mayhem in the streets of downtown LA in the middle of the night. Residents are angered by the weekly loud and dangerous intrusions into their lives. Homeowners and business owners want police to do something to stop the illegal street takeovers like the one near the crypto arena this morning.
Yeah, can we stop right there? Homeowners and business owners want the police to do something for these illegal street takeovers. It's already illegal, but the police aren't doing anything at the orders of Karen Bass. It's illegal. Arrest somebody. Do something about it. You're just not going to do anything? Why? Because Newsom and Bass said, hey, stand down. Let the people do whatever they want. Let them create havoc. Doesn't matter.
At times, dozens of cars have taken part in the takeovers that attract large and rowdy crowds. KTLA's Chris Wolf joins us live from Hollywood with the story. Chris.
Yeah, John and Karine, some of the people I spoke with tonight who live right there in downtown LA tell me they have PTSD from all of the madness and mayhem surrounding these endless street takeovers and fireworks shows, which often happen in the middle of the night. Here we go again. Engines revving, vehicles spinning, rubber burning, fireworks exploding. These are the sights and sounds of the latest street takeover in downtown Los Angeles near Crypto Arena. Witnesses reported as many as 50 drivers participating in the illegal yet pervasive and persistent pastime converging at the intersection of Figueroa and 12th Streets around 3 a.m., offering spectators and the community burnouts and donuts, but not the kind most people enjoy for breakfast.
Before I let it continue, don't let anybody, any liberal that lives here in LA tell you that this is just like a cherry pick news segment. This isn't a regular thing. This is regular. This is regular. Okay. This is a nightly occurrence all across the city. You're coming home from somewhere at, let's say, 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden you run into this and you have to go around the block, take a longer route to get to your home versus just going down the main street. Okay. I just encountered this. I want to say it was last week. It was sometime last weekend, where I was trying to go home, and a couple blocks away from my house, I had to go around the block and, to get to my house, because as usual, this is going on where the street corner is completely blocked off and you have a bunch of a-holes doing donuts in the middle of the street. And I was even able to hear it from my house when I got home, because it was very close to my home. Now, fortunately, it wasn't close enough to where it could keep me up at night. When I got into the house, I could hear it from inside of my house, and everybody in my family was still sleeping. So that's a good thing, but it's completely ridiculous. And the area that they were doing it in also as well was an area, an intersection that you could say was recently beautified, right? They put down, new paint, new, crosswalk paint and stuff like that, fix the sidewalks up a bit. They just made the intersection look better. And now it looks like trash again. Why? Because you have tire skid marks all throughout the intersection, all throughout the crosswalk. It just looks like garbage all over again. Excuse me. This is the importance, and why I don't have an issue with like really stiff sentences and stuff like that. If it was up to me, I promise to God I'd give everybody their 20 years in prison. Go sit down somewhere. It costs too much money to live in this goofy city to be having to deal with this kind of stuff. It costs too much money to live here, man. You pay too much in taxes and in fees and cost of living. And I think last time I did a video when I was talking about LA, which was last week, I think I said the average cost of a house is somewhere around $850,000. Then I looked it up afterwards. It's close to $1 million now at this point. The average cost of a home here in LA is $1 million. You pay so much money to live in a shack in this city. You would think that at least streets could be clean. You're not walking over bodies where you don't know whether they're asleep or dead. You know what I mean? Walls aren't tagged. At least the city looks decent. At least you're not surrounded by nonsense and foolishness. But no, you pay an arm and a leg to live here, and then you have to live amongst animals who don't get arrested ever. Anyways, let's let the video continue.
I'm very sensitive to noise, so obviously I got to go check out what it was, and then hearing the loud explosions and realizing that's fireworks, just those nonstop cars coming in and out, more people started gathering. It could be very traumatic, or you're waking up to explosions. You don't know if it's a bomb or whatever it may be. Fireworks stayed on the ground, but
Errol Moore lives in a high-rise apartment building near the hell-raising hotspot. Sales.
That's regular. what you saw regular, and those are grown men too. Those aren't teenagers. 9 out of 10 times, those are grown men riding on these little makeshift mini motorcycles in the middle of the street. There's no license plate. It's not street legal. Do the police pull anybody over? No, absolutely not. Just all in the way, creating traffic, being a nuisance. That what you just saw right there is so LA. That is so LA. That's so regular.
Rep and brand manager for designer eyewear was
rewind it back just a little bit.
Whatever it may be. Fireworks stayed on the ground, but
Errol Moore lives in a high-rise apartment building near the hell-raising hotspot. The sales rep and brand manager for designer eyewear was expecting a higher quality of life when he moved here. He didn't find it, and after several sleepless nights, is ready to move.
Whether city officials can put together a plan to kind of slow it down and get these people in a different direction as far as, maybe get in the gym, find another hobby. I don't know, like find another thrill, but because you're literally impacting everybody around you. I thought it was warfare going on, 3 o'clock in the morning. My younger side of me says that was pretty cool. My more mature side of me says pretty dangerous.
LAPD officers responded, and officials say cops were able to clear the area. Apparently, no one was cited or arrested.
We can end the video there. Apparently, nobody's cited or arrested. Crime is down, a record 60-year low, because you don't record crime. When you do, you cook the books and you downgrade it, and then outside of that, when you come across foolishness like this, you just don't report it, and it's illegal. It's illegal. You could hand out an abundance of tickets, an abundance of citations. You could arrest a whole bunch of folks right now, and they just don't. They just admit it to you here, but then the Democrats will sit up here and talk to you about how crime is down in their city. They're just not reporting it. Let me play that one more time. They just don't report it.
My more mature side of me says pretty dangerous.
LAPD officers responded, and officials say cops were able to clear the area. Apparently, no one was cited or arrested. Not long afterwards, police were called to the scene of a break-in and theft at a nearby sports merchandise store. More often than not, acts of vandalism, break-ins, and burglaries occur in close proximity to street takeovers.
Nobody was arrested, ever. Nobody's arrested, but crime is down. I swear, y'all don't want me to be governor, mayor. People say stuff like that in the comment section sometimes. You should run for office. I promise to God I'll be Bukele in El Salvador. I'm snatching everybody up. You're going to sit down for 20 years. You're sitting down. It's over for you. It's over for you. You start handing out crazy sentences. You watch how fast all this stuff comes to an end. You saw how quickly all the Tesla fire bombings came to an end when the DOJ, when Pam Bondi put the feds on these people and they started arresting them. And then the reports were coming out that they were looking at 20 years in jail. 2 were looking at 20 years. Another was looking at 40 because he didn't just set the dealership on fire, the car's on fire. He started shooting the dealership up he started to shoot the dealership up as well, right? He shot it up. 20, 20, and 40. Once the people heard 20 years, and 40 years in prison, all of a sudden, that stuff came to an end, didn't it? Real quick. Start body slamming people with time and destroying some lives for being retarded. You'll bring it to an end. You'll bring it to an end. But if you're talking about a DNC city, it's not going to happen. Once again, crime isn't down. They're just not reporting it. That's all. They don't report it. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And also, please do not forget to follow me on
Hi. Well, I was going to say my name, but you already said it. The reason why I'm here is because I'm a tax-paying citizen, and I have been my whole life. I've worked for as long as I could work. Me and my 3 kids are now homeless because I was laid off. I was told within 5 days. Our rent is late. We've been sleeping in our car. I have exhausted all funds, all help, all calls. The state of Colorado has not helped me or my babies. We get the runaround. We call Connecting Colorado. I've came here to court. I've asked, I've begged, I've pleaded. We drove around for hours the past weeks trying to find somewhere comfortable to lay. I pay taxes. I've paid taxes, and I can't get any help. And the state waited. They waited and they waited until we got put out a sheriff's notice. And all I get is an electronic system before they can help us. And they pull it by a lottery. But we have the money and you guys are not helping us. So you rather a family with girls on the streets. Shelters are not accepting us. There's no room. There's no hotel vouchers. What are we supposed to do?
The city and county of Denver proudly calls themselves a sanctuary city for migrants and illegals, spending millions to house, feed, and support people who just arrived. But where's that sanctuary for foundational Black Americans who've been here for generations? Just look at this case of Tiara Coleman, a hardworking single mother in Denver. She got laid off as a full-time emergency vet at a hospital and got hit with eviction. Her story was featured in a Denverite article, and there's a video on YouTube. And while the piece gave plenty of background, it offered no real solution for her or others in her situation. And this is unacceptable. This should never happen. Never, ever, ever, not even once. This city would bend over backwards for illegals. But mothers that come from the lineage of the people that built this city, they get left out in the cold. If this city don't step up for our people, then we will. Now let's prove that FBA solidarity is real. Let's help her directly. I got her Cash App so we can send her donations. And let's call the city and county of Denver and tell them the priority.
Airports that are an hour away.
Call the city and county of Denver and tell them the priority.
July 28, 2025. Vote no on Vibrant Denver bond November 4, 225. It's funny if you watch the shell game of the city councils aren't happy with the bond. They had to add in more stuff. So now they're almost at $1 billion, folks, and they're not going to raise your taxes. No, they're just going to ask you for all the money up front. So then they can spend it undiscretionally, any way they want. You remember those 44% raises? And then after they get their raises, and then Mayor Johnson's going to want his raise, and then the city councils are going to want their raise. And when you think about how much work they do, and when you pattern match it to what they're actually doing, and it's hurting Denver more than it's helping, it's crushing them. And they have the same 30,000 people. That's their main core right now, 30,000 people that are willing to give these people $1 billion, but they're not going to raise taxes. Oh, wow, that's great. Wow, that's far out, man. These are some smart people. Duh. Look at these, man. These people are clowns. This is who the last election, and we needed to index it because this 2025. Oh my goodness. I mean, when they have no ideas, this is what they do. Okay, so Mike Johnston did the 2R dance, the shuck and jive dance. Watch what he does for this dance. And when you hear him, when the state of the city address, listen to this first one. And then look what happened, folks. 250 million in debt. And you know these people are out of control and are totally insane. When none of them said, hey, how about if we take the money out of the bonds and pay back that $250 million? Oh, no, we can't do that. That's money spent. See, that's how nonprofits think. Denver is a nonprofit city. Forget about the blue city. It's a nonprofit city. All the news people, when you think about the news, the nonprofits over the profits. And so all of these people, especially the nonprofits, to get that equity investment that they need to stay alive, to keep bullshitting Denver voters, to keep doing the insane things. Well, the Denver voters are doing the same thing over because there was only less than 90,000 people that voted for Mike Johnston. So when people say 55% of the voters, 55% of his voters, which turns out to be around 30,000 maybe, 40,000, and that's who you see that's, you know, that's his main cheerleading squad. And the one thing that I have to say is when you want to see frustration on people's faces, there's nobody's frustration's face. I'll say that real fast. There's nobody's face that has more frustration than the chief of police. I mean, I wish I could interview him, man, but he couldn't tell me what he's really thinking. I could tell by his face. Anybody can. And that's the one thing that you got to understand. They're cutting the Denver police. They're oh, we can't hire anybody, so we got to hire these illegals that we passed last year in the election process. 2023. You see how that goes? So in 2 years, Mike Johnson's managed to get us so out of whack in our thinking, in our vibrant Denver. When he says vibrant Denver, him and his team have no clue. When you say vibrant, he doesn't own that word. So what they do is they take the most vibrant person or entity, and it starts to move its way up like a China vine, real slow, organically, climbing through the ranks of bullshit. And it's just Amanda Sawyer. When you look up all the city council, like Paul Cashman, I was living in his district. This is after Charlie Brown, the tomato guy. That's all he did was sell tomatoes. Go ask. These people haven't accomplished nothing but fatten their wallets. Denver voters have created more millionaires in their city council and elected officials than they have creating millionaire businesses. Have you ever seen, hey, this business is $1 billion business? No. And if you did see it, you look at who the players are and you look, there's no money coming in for those people. It's a shell game. And right now, Mike Johnston, he is banking that he's going to be able to bullshit the 450,000 and then add on that other 40,000, the ones that aren't happy with Mike Johnston. Okay? Because what the media does is say, 55% of Denver voters approve of what he's doing. Okay, wait. We have 550,000 voters. So you're telling me half of that supports that when only 90,000 voted for him? See how it doesn't match up. Numbers don't lie. People do. And these people are the biggest liars. I'm trying not to cuss. I'm trying not to be, that guy to where, he's angry and he's wrong. I'm not angry. I'm old. And I've watched 18 years of the shell game from Hickenlooper driving up on his little scooter, taking a shower in a suit. It was a cheap suit, but to a poor guy, that's probably the most expensive suit he's ever owned. And what happened with homeless? Look at Mayor Mike Hancock. You know what he left with? $300,000 a year and bragging that he's a C-suite executive. He couldn't C-suite his ass to a cheese factory. You heard me? And so this is what the indexing is. I've been doing for 18 years. I don't need to be mayor. I created platforms that Mike Johnston said, can we get some vendors in here to help our residents? No. What it means is, can you please help the city and county of Denver so we can manipulate the residents more and keep them begging for the government to help them? And that's what it is. Non-profit, government assistant, everything. You got to ask them for everything. I'd like to ask Mike Johnston to kiss my, but that wouldn't be too polite. How about if I said kiss my butt? Would that be better? I wouldn't let that slimy guy touch me, man. He is a slime ball, silver spoon fed, Aspen wannabe mayor. And so when you grow up in Aspen and you have what he's been through, you have no idea what you're doing, Mike. None. So you think that these 2 years have been really good for you? Like you bullshit. Hey, we're doing great. How'd we get into a $250 million debt for next year? Folks, we've never talked about next year's debts. So we're already fluffing the blankets so that the voters can get ready to tuck into the next vote. Because he needs that $1 billion. No, they're not going to raise taxes. But the city council, fire them all. Google search their names, find out what they've done their whole entire lives. Nothing but kiss ass to Denver Democrat Party. And the National Party is going to have to boot Denver Democrats to the curb because he's bringing down the numbers. And see, what they don't understand is they're not garnishing anybody new. The Kamala Harris and all those stars that came out and, you're Jack Blacc and all those people, all their shit I burned. Man, we did a big burn party, folks. I took all my Robert De Niro movies, burned them. All of them. All of them. I don't watch them no more. I don't want to see that fucking guy. Jack Blacc, all his shit got burned. See, these folks think because they entertained us that they have, who's the biggest fluff? Who's that guy who couldn't even ride a scooter in his coffee commercials? Yeah, that guy. So this is his Angela Gale moment. So anyways, folks, you're getting hornswoggled by a group of people that are very good at what they do. And that's to bullshit you. Look at 950 million. It's expected to take final vote. See, Denver 7, they get a little bit of money of that to advertise all the big stuff. All ABC, CBS, NBC, Denver Right. Look at Denver Rights. Denver Right. Denver leaders cut housing to fund road safety. Indigenous. I'm indigenous, folks. I don't need their fucking help. None of these Indians need their fucking help. But they got to sit there. See what it is? Oh, we're helping the indigenous. Well, what about the fucking Asians? What about the the fucking Haitians? What about the fucking Puerto Ricans? What about the fucking, you hear me? That's what I hear on the trail when I go walking around talking to people. F, 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 F. Now I start F, 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 F. I'm a Gemini. I'm a chameleon, folks. But look at this. Facebook, Councilman. The Vibrant Denver Bond package is incredibly worthless. I want to send it to the November ballot. See, they think that they're going to bullshit you. See? Look at that. Citizens for no debt. There is somebody. Oh, I wonder who those people are. See, Denver 7. Proposed events as a city council. Denver City Council updates 225 bond projects. None of them said, hey, let's pay back the $250 million that we're in debt. No. See, Mike Johnson, I think they're going to get that money. They don't want to tell you, which makes sense. Yeah, we're going to pay back that $250 million. Because people go, what? 250 million? Who? No, these are the have-nots that are voting for the haves. The haves is the city council, worthless. There isn't one city council member that I'd let them watch or walk my dog or wheelchair my dog. I don't care how you look at it. And see, we become so pussified, you can't even say, hey, that guy's in a wheelchair. Oh, you bigot. What? Yeah, you just said he was in a wheelchair. That ain't nice. Well, what the fuck is he in? You're just not allowed to say that. It hurts his feelings. Fuck. This is where we're growing to, you know? And see, where's Mayor Webb? When's she going to come out and say, I support it? Because Mayor Webb has no clout. And as soon as he passes away, they're going to take that statue in that building and they're going to take it out. Because he watched what they did to Mayor Spear, who died in office, 100-year flu, who saw in 1916 what a partisanship government would look like. And he was Democrat. And he said, no, not so fast. We're going to keep the power within the people. We're non-political. Our sole purpose is the economy and services. And all appointments are made by merits and ability. Now you see Johnston coming out saying, oh, we're going to, we got to get some of these seniority people out. How about getting rid of some of them city council members that are collecting 3 or 4 paychecks from different departments they retired from? And they got another check. See, that's what Paul Lopez is going for. You need to fire that guy. Don't give him another paycheck. Right now, he'll get half of what his paycheck is now. You give him this other year, he's going to get the retirement paycheck for city council, 94 grand, and then he'll get his full paycheck for the clerk and recorder, and he thinks he needs a warehouse. This guy has no clue about a fucking thing. Oh, he's a labor organizer. He's been watching too many Robert De Niro movies. A labor organizer. When I heard that, I'm a labor organizer. Like, what are we, in the 20s and the 30s? But this is how these people make their spin. So I don't trust anybody that has to tell people he's a vato. Believe me, I know the barrio better than he does. My high school had 4,000 students. He comes from a school that the whole entire school was 1,200, if that. So the shell game of the clerk and recorder and the auditor and all their 18 years of fucking spin, 18 years of putting us in debt, not honoring our military. My son got a Purple Heart. He went to school in Denver, in one of the most corrupt public school systems in the entire world. How do you have a Cherry Creek school and a Denver public school, and they're the same. And everybody goes, "Oh, my kid's at Cherry Creek." Like, what are we doing? Are you rewarding certain people with Cherry Creek schools and Denver public school? Have you ever seen the different schools and what equipment they get and what the other school, and they're the same district? It's because they're all bullshit. Every one of them. And I got to index them. That was my pleasure, man. Pleasure. That's what happens when you're old. And you got nothing to lose. Nothing, man. I got pre-existing. I'm feeling good. I truly am. Because on November 4, 2025, Mike Johnston and his merry people of overinflation and money grabbers, because that's what nonprofits do. They grab all the money they can, and when they run out, they go, "Oh, sorry," and they go back working at the ice cream places, and they go back working at the hamburger places. They go back working where they came from. And because the Denver government is so corrupt, yeah, you, Mike Johnston, yeah, you, Paul Lopez. So they're going to get a rude awakening on November 4th when this isn't going to pass. We can't live like this, folks. And as soon as you get rid of all this total city council, clean house. Get rid of the mayor, get rid of the clerk and recorder, get rid of the auditor. Start over, clean slate. Start over with Robert W. Spear, the most decorated Democrat mayor of all time, the best mayor ever. He saw visions that nobody else was either willing to see or didn't want to see at all. And look where we're at. So Robert W. Spear, who died while serving his term from influenza, 100-year flu. Shit, I wonder if Fauci was behind that. Remember that guy Fauci making more than anybody? He killed a lot of people, folks. In other countries, they didn't close their countries down. They didn't lose. Only the old people that were running our country thought they were going to die. When Senator Grassley, the oldest living senator, still in office, caught COVID and didn't die. What does that tell you, folks? What does that tell you? And we haven't even felt that damage. And right now, as far as like Trump, Democrats are not, as Republicans and independents, the only services for restaurants are no Democrats are waitresses and no Democrats are bartenders and no Democrats get tips. Because I know people that get tips that don't have to pay taxes on those tips. And I don't think they paid much taxes on those tips anyways, but IRS has ways to look at other people that are doing the right thing and paying the tips, and looking at the employee who's claiming that he didn't make that money working the same time the other guys do. And he still has his job. Yeah, dude, you didn't pay your taxes, because if you didn't get no tips, then you might not be worth a damn. So you would have been fired long before you would have had to file your taxes. So this is what Gen AI does now, supervised. It takes everybody's questions, everybody's answers, everybody. And look at how they spin it. For the bond initiative to appear on November 4th ballot, the council must approve its language and legislative detail by August 25th. Oh, are they gonna do it? Of course they are, folks. If they don't pass, just like the 2R, Denver voters said no. Why they voted for illegals to be able to be firefighters and police, that was all changed. There was a list a mile long to be a firefighter in Denver. I know this from 2007. And they're saying that, oh, well, we can't get the right people to apply. So we have to hire these illegals. August 9, 2025, mayor needs vibrant bond debt for 44% raises for the failed Denver administrators, Colorado News. Now, when you think about the conversations that, let's just say the raises on July 17th that the city council just received, now they make over $100,000. See, Denver citizens make millionaires out of their politicians, why they go hungry, why they do without, and why they all brag about the parties they go to. This is the government elects that get elected in Denver. And, you know, you think about the people that are complaining that there's, you know, they want more. They say residents want more. No, not all residents, but this is the way identifiers are speaking, because what AI is trying to do is get to the bottom of who's really going to get all the money. You see what I mean? So like the R2 bill, remember that one where Mike Johnston and his administrators were all dancing around, making poses. Like one chick was wearing those yoga type stretchy pants, showing everything. Like, cover up, man. These ain't how administrators dress. They dress like they're going to the gym, or real lackadaisical while they do the shell game, moving money around and make everybody think that, oh, Denver's so prosperous. They've spent, with all of the bonds that they've had, and they've had a lot, over $3 billion worth. Have you seen $3 billion worth of any type of work besides what the highways get? That's separate. But let's just look at the streets and the bridges. I can go down the same bridges that Mike Hancock was talking about. Michael Hancock, with his Elevate bond of $1 billion, all that did, and then he was over budget. He had shortfalls. So Denver really doesn't know how much money and where it's going. And these are the important questions that AI asks for those voters that are asking these same questions. And I know because I did an advanced algorithm search. And I can tell you right now, Mike Johnston, you're not going to get your vibrant Denver bond. We need to sit back and make an assessment of all the damage that you've caused us. $250 million shortfall. They're trying to say, well, this is for 50 million for 2025, which is way more than that. See, these people only talk half truths. And what Mike Johnston's failing, when people go, well, how bad is it really? Well, I'll let you know later. I'll let you know after, to see if the bond package for $1 billion to give all us raises, why they lay off city employees that all voted for them, because that's what they do. So, and speaking with other lawyers, and they believe that there's so much RICO Act violations going on between the government, between the court system, between the city attorney's office, and yet everybody's paying attention now. And this is what we have, because they're building on things and celebrating debt. Yeah, we celebrate debt. We don't raise taxes. No, you just keep it. What are they? It's a go bond fund. And those go bonds, general obligation bonds, is what pays for everything. And now they can manipulate and put the money over here, and there's no accountability because our auditor is asleep at the wheel, or maybe he doesn't audit that kind of stuff. I don't know what the auditor does. Okay. Nice guy. He's, out of all the elected officials, he's the only one that met with me and took me for a tour. But he's outdated. He should have, the stuff that I was telling him, and he knows. Back then with what was going on, wow. And I indexed it. I recorded our whole conversation, just like I recorded the Paul Lopez in the King Supers when I walked up to him and he started going. And so I asked him about, hey, are we $540 million in debt? This was a long time ago, folks. He said, no, that's a surplus. I got it on tape. I'm waiting to play that, to post it. But right now it's in the cloud doing what it's supposed to do. keep all these people guessing. And I'm telling you, man, Denver voters are not going to vote for this debt so that these politicians can go and brag to everybody that's watching and know that that money should go back to the citizens as a rebate. Could you I'm not talking about the citizens, I'm talking about the property owners. Could you imagine if you get $1,000 on your, maybe more, on your kitchen table? What would you do with that money? I'd save it. Just like all the Denver businesses, restaurants all going out of business because they don't know how to do sections at a time. It closed down all the streets. Nobody can get to it. See, what they do is they keep those people paying the bill to hang on and hang on. And when's it going to be over? 1 year, 2 year? All their life savings are gone. Now they got to go and get out of town. Did you know that only 49% of the homeowners, or excuse me, property owners in Denver actually live in their property? The 51% is all rented. So when people don't come to Denver, and they haven't been coming to Denver for quite some time, folks, and I can tell you just by walking downtown, my office is in downtown. So when I watch these people, these identifiers, you know what I mean? Like, you look at the content. We'll go at the top. Vibrant Denver proposal. It's actually a program, but they change it. They change the wording and to what it's called, because they're padding. Look at this. 9 News, CBS Colorado, 9 News, the Center Square. You know, they're going to get some money. The news people are all going to get money so that they can all buy advertising and tell everybody, hey, we were able to pass the bond. Thank you, residents, because for being ignorant to our shell game, and that you could have asked for refunds, but we were able to bullshit the same voters over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's because only 90,000 people voted for Mike Johnston. So let's say 100,000 out of 550,000 voters. That leaves 450,000 pissed off voters looking at the damage that this guy and other identifiers, Axios, they're not even in Denver. So what these people do is, a lot of them are all nonprofits. Okay, this was the Center Square, nonprofit. Denver Right, nonprofit. Colorado Politics for Denver Right News, that's a special one. That's a for-profit. But we are just building content, so when the right people come along, we'll make them the editor-in-chief, pay them $250,000 a year, but it's not ready for that yet. That's what I learned about when we bought Joe's Buffet on SantaFeArtsDistrict.com. We own that. When they lied to everybody back in 2012, Denver Arts and Venues, that's the most corrupt organization. We indexed all those people years ago. All their employees, their department heads, all their actions. We took all their videos with their voices. We put them in the cloud to be pattern matched later. Doesn't need to be published, folks. But here, take a look at the people that are published. Westward, that's a for-profit, but they tell people, since they're free, that they take donations. So we don't know, those donations are not donations, though, because they're not a 501(c)(3). Those are taxable donations, as if they made money on people that gave them their life savings when they died. So failed course, it's a failed course, man. This is Denver's Colorado and Denver University and all those people. They've been bullshitting the citizens of Denver. And we're talking media, we're talking judges and lawyers and all these people to judge me and put me through hell and my family and take my license away. That was Mayor Hancock. Nobody's seen that. Yeah, man. They took my license away during during my campaigning. I got a letter. So when people start paying attention, but you know what? They're not. Well, they are, but there's no new people that these people are garnishing. And as soon as the for-profit people get a grip on things, you know what I mean? Like Denver Post, where are they on this stuff? Not nowhere. Nowhere. So this is where we're at. And I predicted this a long time ago, just like the Denver Broncos. Yeah, they don't want Mike Johnston again over my dead body. You see, he's a bloviator of nonsense to make people think so he could tell everybody, yeah, I stuck up for the Broncos and I was the one that led them to keep them in Denver. And see, what he doesn't understand is he's dealing with people that want to make money. Mike Johnston don't want to make money. He wants to survive on debt bonds. He doesn't give a fuck if there's any money coming in. He doesn't give a fuck if the leases that are currently, think about it, folks. We don't have any type of revenue coming in. More people are moving out of Denver than moving into Denver. More people are moving out of Colorado than moving into Colorado. The people they thought in the other blue cities that wanted to come to Colorado aren't. Some of them that really know, the savvy ones, they know that Denver's property, the homes, the real estate, it has been heavily, and I repeat, heavily inflated. And it's going to drop back to 2012. You know, we're getting close. The conversations, the analytics that we use, and when that happens, Mike Johnston's not going to know what to fucking do, because he never had to make payroll with paying taxes on any of his shit. He's nonprofit. That's what they do. They go after taxes. They go after bonds. They go after fees and other things that they do to tell everybody we're not raising your taxes. So the fees, the go bonds, all that shit that they're now putting on Denver citizens, and they pay a lot. Gas is higher, everything's higher. So if you move to Denver, you could actually think about your power and electric bills being at least $300 to $500, especially during the winter. And if you're living in an old apartment or with them and you got them bad windows, our highest electric bill was $600 during the winter time. So yeah, Denver will nickel and dime you. Okay. And then when they find out that you're not a Democrat, they don't work with you. That's how it works. So Mayor Mike Johnston, it's going to be a delight seeing you try to backtalk your way out of this, because this is what you do, right, Mike? You backtalk. Oh, he's backtracking his talk. He doesn't want. He says, "Yeah, I'm going to go to jail." Everybody fucking. He knew. Someone in that group said, "Mayor, they can't arrest you because you are an attorney and you have an obligation not only as the mayor but as an attorney. You got a double oath to uphold the Constitution." Troll biatch. August 9, 2000, and the Vibrant Denver bond debt. It's debt, 100%. And this is what AI overview is talking about, the Vibrant Denver bond, and that it is a debt. It's a $950 million debt, which the 2017 billion-dollar Michael Hancock, Denver mayor at the time, and they passed the Elevate Denver bond. It went to pay for all this infrastructure that, you know, when you drive down the road, some of the bridges that really need to be fixed on Mississippi and other areas aren't getting fixed. Potholes aren't getting fixed. So they're taking the money, they're robbing Peter, the citizens, to pay Paul, the government. And when a community sits there and brags constantly about how badass they are and that, oh man, this is it, but they're debt influencers. They're not talking about paying back the debt. They're not talking about financing anything. No police new equipment, no firefighter new equipment. No, it's all social voter control issues. They're all their 501(c)(3)s and their DEI, equity, all those non-profits that are really identifiers for the Democratic Party of Denver. And this is where the National Denver, they got to realize that this was set in court case 23CV54. And they openly bragged about in the court that they haven't followed the Spear Amendment, which is a city charter law that gives Denver the absolute authority and non-political, where the citizens have power. Here, it's a partisanship for the last 63 years. And so AI cannot rely on humans that are government officials to tell the truth anymore. And they don't. And if I showed you that, Mike Johnson would be running pee down his legs. City councils would be running pee down all their legs. And they'd all still be wallowing in it they'll still wallow even when they hear this. Open the door, it's the feds. I believe it's coming because these are all, in my opinion and other people's opinion, RICO Act violators. They control the elections. You got Paul Lopez, who I sued, court case 23CV54. In that court hearing, I asked about the Spear Amendment, and Michelle Horn, who was the assistant city attorney for Denver, now she's the senior assistant city attorney. So they are rewarded. Carrie Tipper's no longer in that group. She's not the head lady no more. She's moved on to other jobs, paying jobs with Colorado universities. So the more and more these people spread their disease within the infrastructures of other departments, other entities, their voices follow them. And that's the new voice latent print that I've been talking about. And see, when any of these people decide to start talking about, like Mike Johnson decided he was going to be the AI savvy mayor. He was going to hold the first Den AI, which is Den Artificial Intelligence, Denver. But I already owned AIDenvermayor.com because I knew Mike Johnston, because I just know. And if I was in front of a court, I'd show them. And Mike Johnson, again, would be peeing down his fucking leg. He's an attorney. This was the time that we really needed an attorney all the other times. And see, when you think about the election process that got him elected, only 90,000 people voted for him. So when you get people like Denver Right, CBS, Denver 7, NBC, all these people say, oh, we took a poll and 55% of Denver voters approve of Michael Johnston's fucking work. That's bullshit. So you're telling me that only 90,000 people voted for him, but yet 250,000 voters, 150,000 voters said, oh, we were wrong about Michael. We like what Mike Johnston's doing. All of the crushing of our restaurants, everybody bailing, but don't worry about it because it'll be fried fish in a pan. And they get the new people from, from California, Chicago, all the other blue cities that say, oh, well, they have murders in Denver, but it's not as high as here. So they all come here and they go and they take over restaurants that they don't have to pay tentative improvements because they just took it over somebody else that ran it for 20 years and used all their life savings. And they're so fucking embarrassed to even tell anybody that nobody's coming into Denver to party. Nobody comes into Denver to shop. Nobody's visiting. People are moving, the smart people. And what's throwing a wrench in it is the same people that are moving out of these blue cities. They're starting to think, you know what? I can't live like this no more. I got grandkids. I don't want nothing to happen to them. And Democrats have turned into a very slippery slope organization. And they all been caught. And they still, all of them, Mike Johnston, Obama, Michelle Obama, Biden, his wife, everybody, Joaquin Jeffries, Lizard Man. Somebody said he looked like a lizard. I look like a crow, so I don't care. It's not name calling. You're just animalizing humans. But seriously, folks, Mike Johnston is completely a non-profit dude. He doesn't know how to raise money. When they say, oh, he ran companies and he did this, yeah. Well, he must have, for whatever, all his accolades and pat on the backs and all the money that they raised, he can't do this. And this is what I would have brought to the table. I could have fired all of the IT people in the department heads, excuse me. I get ahead of myself sometimes, and do their job. So that the next mayor, we teach him how to do it. And we teach other people to take on more with the same. In other words, they're taking on more responsibilities, because I can tell you this right now, folks. When you think about how many times we have an election, you think about all those people they have on payroll down at the Denver elections building. When you think of all the wasted, just the hiring of city council people, so they just got a raise. July 16th, and they're looking at all the city employees that have voted for them that are on the chopping block. They kept their jobs. See, if they were really smart, they would have said, you know what, we're all forfeit our pay for the next 2 years. Did that come out of their mouth? Fuck no. In all actuality, Mike Johnston thought he was so slick, okay? He thought he was so slick that he was going to get his top people 44% raises. And what happened was, what sources are telling me, that the people that financed him and all this shit, they're like, look, dude, look, boy. This is what they said. Look, boy, you're jamming us up. You're taking on responsibility of management of apartment of hotels. So the hotels all made their money, okay? But the people that were put in those hotels, the illegals, that they keep wanting to just call migrants, see, they can go ahead and dovetail the truth and call up their little words and their little phrases, but they've been indexed for 18 years. And they've done their best to try to keep bullshitting in all the identifiers. And see, AI lets them come out of the closet. And when the balance is pushed to where there's not enough people coming out of that closet, and see, the same people get the information. That's why when you look at the voters that didn't vote in the final election between Kelly, who had $100 million deficits for 7 years, folks, under Hickenlooper. She went to work for $450,000 at that worthless Denver Chamber of Commerce. That right there is just a bunch of administrators laughing at all those people and all the promises that they're trying to keep these people, while the government's just twist fucking them. And so now nobody comes to Denver. There are no revenues. That's why we have a $250 million debt. And notice how none of these people, none of them talked about paying back the $250 million shortfall. No. And Mike Johnston can't come out and tell everybody how bad it is, because he needs to see, before he plays that card, He wants to see what happens with that ballot issue. Then he'll have to come out when it doesn't pay, just like the 2R. Remember, he was dancing in the street with his signs, posing with certain employees, wearing clothes they shouldn't be wearing. You know what I mean? They all dress like they're just woke up. You watch what they wear. Like Mike Johnson in his cheap ass suits. No offense, but you gotta stop buying his suits from Kmart, man, or wherever you're buying them from. I never see. This is what I mean. These people just use money, other people's money, and eventually, do you ever run out of taxpayers' money? No. This is why they're saying, oh, hey, we're going to go ahead and these other bond projects that we had that paid for everything, that fooled everybody about all of our city streets and funding numerous infrastructures, all the way from Mike Johnston, Mike Hancock, Michael B, and Michael C. Now we're going to have Michael F, Michael F minus. What are they having? What are they going with it? So these are the things that Denver voter is going to have. Well, they already have, but Mike Johnson don't know this. So Michael, I'm telling you, bro, just like I told you about Kelly, bro, and see what happened with Mike Johnson and Kelly, bro. When I didn't get on the ballot, I had enough signatures, folks. But in the court case, I needed the judge to either allow the government to continue not upholding a law that keeps them in power. So Andrew Luxon needs to be removed from the bench. And all those judges and all those lawyers that are talking, keep sending those text messages, because all your stuff is indexed into the cloud because you're lawyers. And this is how the federal government is going to be coming in, knocking on doors, in my opinion, and shut this machine down. You're going to see it, bro. Bros and girls, you're going to see it. And just remember, you guys were warned for the last 18 fucking years. This clown show is over, man. And it couldn't happen to a better group of fucking people. Did I cuss? Did I hurt your feelings? Well, when you get your tax bill from these people in our government telling you it's not a tax, it's a revolving credit card for people that you should be getting that money back. Could you use $1,000 in your pocket right now, homeowners, property owners? And when you think about that, out of the property owners, 49% live in their properties. 51% is rented out. So anything that you give to people that are renting, that cost is going to go to what? The renters. Look, we're not paying this. We're not going to pay this. So we're going to have to raise even though it's already coming out of their taxes, it should have been rebated to them, or at least pay back the money that they're supposed to. So this is what they don't want, because when everything runs out, the money that's left over, it can't be moved out of where the money is. So when it goes to the general obligation fund, okay, that's where this money's going. Mike Johnson's going to pay that 44% that he's promised all those administrators. One beat feet, went to work for somebody else because she didn't get a raise like she was promised. So when you think about what's going on behind the scene, it's manipulation of people that are nonprofits, and they're running out of donations. And so when you run out of donations, then you got to hit the tax. And the tax is what's been funding all these projects. We're going to do 800 million over here. That's what they do. They bloviate. And other people around the United States are going, wait a second, aren't they in debt? Did they just have a 250? See, common sense tells you that Denver is no longer on time. Common sense tells you the sales tax revenue that is generated to pay for all this stuff. So when they all pat themselves on the back, they're doing it because they raised revenue, but they don't know how to think like that. They raised debt, which is just like taking money, other people's money, and, but we pay it back. Yeah, but the problem is the same people that aren't coming to fill up the current real estate that's in those buildings right now, okay, what makes you think that you're going to fix up 16th Street Mall? Nobody's shopping there. I've been there. My office is down there. I take a walk down 16th Street Mall, and all I see is people with backpacks. So Mike Johnston traded people that could afford to live here, to afford to pay the cool stuff we have that nobody goes to because they got no money, with people that don't have no money that he can put in all these hotels so that he can put, I ended homelessness in Denver, which is complete, utter bullshit. Mike Johnston, wash your mouth out with soap, boy. August 4, 2025. Vote on Vibrant Bond Denver City Council Districts, Marcus Giovanni. I'm Durango Dank. When you understand what this shell game of money and how Denver has moved from a for-profit, revenue-based city to a nonprofit, a nonprofit debt provider. In other words, when it bloviates about its bridges and all the stuff that they're going to do that they were supposed to do during Hancock's Elevate 2000 and what was that 17, and then he did the 2021, which was what was that one called? You know what I'm saying, right? I don't want to have to keep telling you. You have to learn this stuff for yourself. So what happens is we look for identifiers like CVS, Fox Denver, and we CVS again, Denver 7, Colorado Politics for Denver Right News. See that? Vote no. That's what the city council's supposed to do, but they are so emboldened and so obtuse toward their fellow voters, not residents. See, they like to convince everybody that the residents are voting for it. So when people look it up and they see 700,000 residents, which is, you think about those 700,000 residents, which dropped, nobody's coming to Denver. They haven't come for quite some time. Our offices are downtown. We've seen it for many, many years, almost a decade. I think it's been a decade. But these are the things that they're creating to help manipulate the crisis and decay and now extraordinary debt to keep putting the property owner. Did you know that 51% of the property owners are renters, or 50% of the residents of Denver are renters? The other 49% own homes. And so Denver's put themselves in a pickle by saying things that they shouldn't have been doing and doing things they shouldn't be saying, and all the indexing of Mr. Fiddle Faddle, Mike Johnston, who I believe is a liar, and usually a liar is also a coward. They're usually one and the same. A coward's usually a liar, and a liar is usually a coward. And nowadays they don't get forced out because there's a law now that protects the cowards. They can go accuse anybody. They can go say anything about anybody and not be held accountable. This has been going on for a very, very long time. It goes on in our Denver public schools against children, children against adults. If you try to turn or talk to somebody about a situation, they'll turn it on you if they can. And so that's what we're seeing in Denver. And the city council is going to vote for this. They have to. They just got raises. Think about this. Denver City Council all got raises of over $100,000 on July 17th. And when you actually Google search their names, and if there were some special operators you could use, Google operators, you'd be able to see that the majority of them would never get a job managing a McDonald's. Definitely not a Chick-fil-A. And so these are the things that Gen AI now indexes in order for citizens who learn in the future or where they were in the past and now where they are now. I've been doing this for 18 years. Let's move another 20 years forward. I'm fucking old. I ain't probably going to be here. But those people that were 50 and allowed this shenanigan, or 40 that allowed this shenanigans to go through, you're putting your children in some bad ways. And if you don't have any children, you're putting your dogs and animals in bad ways. And if you don't have dogs and animals, well, then you're probably off the grid thinking you're hiding from everybody. And yet when you talk anywhere in a McDonald's and you're paying cash and you sneeze, you do anything, they know who you are. And when I say they, artificial intelligence. It's been around since 1955, and all these people that want to think that somebody else reinvented it and all this, and they're just reinventing the wheel and they're kicking that can down the road, and nobody wants to talk about the reality of what Denver has done to itself by voting for debt, so they can turn around and tell everybody how great all their schools are and how, oh yeah, well, how come nobody's buying any, seeing what is going to happen with that narrative, folks? All the hotels that they've been renting for Denver got into the hotel business. They started buying up the leases on these hotels to put the migrants. And what they don't understand is they think those migrants think like Americans and they think like third class. I'm going to send my money back home to my family. See, a lot of these people in Denver, they think they know what third class citizens think because they heard it from somebody else in their organ, and it all is bad. And so why Mike Johnson, the city and county district, city attorney, clerk and recorder, Paul Lopez, even the auditor, who I believe is trying to position himself to run for mayor, and he needs to be just kicked down the can. They need to replace every single person in this whole entire. See, right now you have freshmen that are receiving $100,000. Go look what they did prior, but they were able to do good things within the Democratic Party of Denver, which would manipulated everybody else and all the other departments and all the other things they all claim they fight for. When in fact, if I was in front of a judge in his or her chambers, I would show them some whoop-de-woo, and they'd be like, damn, boy, can you show us how to do that? I sure can, Judge. Not only can I show you that, I'm going to show you how to navigate in the future to protect the judicial system from bad judges, bad law enforcement. But y'all can't do that if your heads are stuck up there, keisters. But no, all to be real serious, the city council's going to pass this. They're all going to pretend they do the shell game back and forth. Look up Mayor Mike Johnston bonds. It's relevant. The Elevate bond, the Rise bond. They just bilking. And see, what happens is all the businesses that are closing on Colfax that like had restaurants there, they just took care of the tentative improvements for the next guy who's moving in from California or other blue cities, who look at things and go, wow, man, we can handle this. And see, they just jumping into the pond while the city says, yeah, we'll be done with this construction in a few months, 3 and 4 months, 6 months at the worst. Just have enough rent to pay for that stuff, and you'll save that money from the tenant improvements you would have to pay for. And so a lot of these hardworking people had worked to put you all in place that they spend all their financial future on. That's fucking Denver. Is already bad If nobody's coming into Denver buying anything or visiting, okay, because there's other cities they could go to and get more money for their buck, okay? They don't have airports that are an hour away to the things that are going on with traffic and everything. And then they want to build a stadium out there. Can you imagine what the traffic is for the people? See, they don't think none of this out. They just throw numbers. They just throw shit out there and see if it sticks. And hopefully the Democratic operatives have been voting for this crap for 30 years because none of the media, none of them ever stood up for the citizens of Denver. They'll do half-truth articles and, oh, this bond's really good for Denver because they're all going to get a piece of it. Look at all the 501. This is where the equity comes in. All the 501(c) non-profits that are Democratic operatives, they're going to get money. But see what they're doing, which they don't understand, is that they put a big old come investigate me sign on the entire city and county of Denver. So now, and I wrote a book. I'm an expert in FBI administrative forensic evidence. These are the documentations that the FBI, Nelson versus the United States of America, a system in denial. 1998, it was published. I became an expert in Quirk Express. I became an expert in Photoshop. I became an expert in all the Windows and Googles and you name it, folks. AI, AGI, when the conversations were 20 years ago, and then we had that big 2008-9 financial disasters. We lost our radio show. All of our fundings were mortgage companies. Well, it's about to hit again. Because everything in Denver, I'm just talking about Denver. And if it's happened in Denver, chances are it's probably happened in other areas. And this is what we do, folks, because we want to protect all of the residents of Denver, not just certain ones and not just the fake and bias bullshit individuals that have taken over Denver for the last 63 years. Okay. And you see Mike Johnson's name anywhere here? Here's Gary Marcus, another guy. He's an anti-AI guy, and he's outdated. And it's going to hit. And he's part of the New York University. It's going to hit. These people can no longer bullshit. They can do it, right? Because it's their First Amendment right. And the Second Amendment right allows them to do the First Amendment right. And so that's what they do. But what they don't understand is that artificial intelligence now has a two-pather, okay? Two-path prong, where one path is IoT, the other path is dark web. Neither one is bad or good to the other person, okay? And so, because when you think about it, we cannot build. Can you imagine if the buildings in downtown Denver were all the blueprints and everything was bullshit? Everything from the foundation up to the steel to the everything. And so you'd think, well, who would do that? Exactly. Well, that's what's happened with our government. Okay. I've been doing machine learning for a while now. You look down here, you click on this button right here, you don't want to see. You don't want to see what that means right there. Okay. Don't want to see it. So when all these people, what they do is they learn from other people, and because of their authority, their kleptocracy ideologies. When you got Bernie Sanders and Red Lip Pig coming to the, you know what a Red Lip Pig, OAC, not that she's a pig, but Obama says you can put a lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. Well, when you put red lipstick on a politician, and if you understand what red lipstick means, politicians, they can wear what they want, but a red means stop. They're putting out an image that doesn't match. the morality and all, well, I wouldn't say morale, the morals. Morality is what's killing Denver. It's the death of Denver through the manipulation of um, content, administrators, and think about it, that vibrant Denver that everybody's going to vote no on. When you think about that, Den AI, through Den AI, Mike Johnson came up with Den AI Summit and putting together all these people, and they're all outdated, folks. And so every time Mike Johnson puts one of these up, like the first one had 2 days and they only had one. Because they did the 2 days, because that's what they did back in the 80s, where promoters would say, oh, we had kind of 2 dates, but there was only one date because there wasn't enough to fill 2 dates. So, but the next time around would come around. And when Mike Johnston would, or when these promoters would talk, they could add the double shows. That's what Mike Johnston's doing. And the other thing people want to know is where's that money going to? Because when you go to the DenAISummit.com website, and you look at the contact, and then you find out who's selling the tickets, and you're talking of 1,000 people show up, and it's $200 a ticket, or excuse me, yeah, $200 a ticket. You see, where'd that money go? It's a shell game, and this is what we need the federal government to do: is to come in and dragnet these guys. And I'm going to show you something else. Denver Mayor Mike Johnson is an immersive theater, and it's all bad. He is the immersive theater. They came out and bragging about an immersive theater that's coming, okay? And it's not the immersive that you're thinking, okay? Just like when they bragged about artificial intelligence, and they had these little, who knows? It wasn't AI. It failed too. And this is going to fail because now they're going to take away from Meow Wolf, and that's very expensive, and that's going to run its course. Just like nightclubs and everything, people get burnt out. Okay, so this is just a moment, but with the moment that you have to realize. See, look, Denver writes, weigh in. Denver writes. No, the Democrat Denver writes weigh in, and he's doing a great job. Just what we wanted. So anyway, so when you look at this, read it. I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to scroll down. You can pause it when you want to. And this is artificial intelligence overview. And guarantee you, folks, that the criticism are part of broader discussion about Johnson's performance. And his supporters highlights his focus on addressing homeless. I mean, we've been talking about fucking homelessness since Hickenlooper rode in on his brown fucking scooter. And I've done the algorithm on these guys. None of these guys. And if I was in front of a court, a judge would go, damn, boy, we'd be in his chambers, of course. Once I showed, like, that's what Andrew Luxon was supposed to do. He's supposed to call me up and go and look at this stuff because I was pro se. It's not a judge's responsibility to guide litigation, but when it's pro se and the guy's not an attorney like myself, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of what this system's doing to our city beautiful. So, and then you look for the, look at that. Here's the media: New York Times, Fox News, Denver Post. See, what happens now is there's a group of individuals that, when you think fact check, we don't even have to fact check people no more because the fact checkers aren't being honest. And and the polls, everything, they've all been indexed. And so what happens is, because we have the right, the First Amendment right, these people are allowed to do this. Until the voters stand up, you can't have the federal government come in and take all the political operatives out unless you have bona fide facts and evidence that these individuals have been conducting an alleged RICO Act violations. And that's what Mike Johnston did to bring the federal government, the power of the IRS, the FBI, DEA, ICE, to investigate every single person in Denver. You know, and one guy can do 85 people per month. And that's if he's real good. No, excuse me. That's if he's really good. So, anyways, folks, Denver's in a rock and a hard spot. And we need to honor Robert W. Speer, the Democratic mayor that passed the Speer Amendment that gave Denver absolute non-political government administration, where their sole purpose is the economy and services. And you see what's happened to all those. And that all the people that are being placed in their departments have to be placed by merit and ability. Doesn't fucking say nothing about DEI, inclusiveness. Look up inclusive. These are all communist, socialist words that the underlying theme is trying to make Denver, which is already indexed as a oligarchy. They were a kleptocracy. But when Bernie Sanders and AOC came out and started doing the rally and talking, we indexed it. And they are exactly what they're talking against. And this is what AI is going to do, is keep them in the dark web. They're not going to garnish any new voters, just like Kamala Harris. Obama came out and scolded black kids, and black kids that were old enough to vote. We interviewed a few, and they said, yeah, we saw our mom and dad when they were 8 years old, or how old ever they were when at that time of Obama, and their parents thought that he was like gonna save the world, and all he did was do things to get an $11 million mansion. All he did was to prop up certain individuals to take over the Biden administration. And they had all the media and all those guys in the 2016, 2024 elections, 16, 20, and 24 elections, and how they went down. Not what each side are saying, but actually what actually happened based off emails, text messages, voicemail, voice to text, text to voice, all of it. And Denver on 2026, when you think about all these bonds, let's go dovetail back. We're just now, I guess where they're coming to the end of all the bonds that Michael Hancock had, right? And he still pulled in shortfalls. Mike Johnston came in, utilized all that money, and now created a $250 million deficit. And it's for 2006, because the 2024, he had at least $100 million deficit to $150 million deficit. You can't go just, we had a $50 million deficit when the normal is $100 to $150 million deficit. So Mike Johnson has created a new normal for the 250 million shortfall every year, so that they got to keep continuing instead of giving the citizens, when you think about the property owners, 49% of homeowners live in their homes. 51% is rented. So the renting guys are going to have to pay what the owners of the rental property deem as, hey, I would have gotten a raise. I would have gotten a refund back if the voters voted in favor of the property owners instead of in favor of the oligarchy. And so they're going to have to pass that money they would have gotten back to the renters. And so now the renters are going to have to pay more rent once the homeowners realize, all the people realize who owns what and where and how. It's a shell game. And Mike Johnston, you're a troll. That's what you are. You take everybody's words and their hard work and you steal it. Come 2027, dude, you're not even going to recognize who you are, because everything that you talk about, you can't do. Everything you talk about, you stole from other people's work. Everything that you fucking do, bro, is bringing up other people's content so that you, for the IoT, I'm an IoT officer and a dark web officer. But I don't work in the dark web. I just index content so that AI figures out where that content goes. IoT, dark web. And so just like what happened with Kamala Harris, everybody, Drew Barrymore, all of them, all those actors, that bonehead fucking Angela Gale dude, couldn't even he's on a coffee commercial and he couldn't even get a scooter going. Like, I don't know, I seen that commercial where at a coffee shop, matter of fact. Everybody was looking at it, and when he did that, it was like no one laughed, no one did nothing, because he looked like an idiot. And then he thought he'd write a letter and disrupt the whole entire election process for the Democratic Party. So he actually did a big favor for all the non-Democrat voters, residents, and otherwise. So, Mike Johnston, you need to resign immediately and hold special elections. But that ain't going to happen because this has to finish out. You know, I've been accused of things, folks, that is the most unreal shit. I wrote a book about it. And in that book, because the FBI has created so many people who end up hating me because they realize that they'll never find another guy like me, because I'm generous, I'm hardworking. I'll come and rescue them at all times of the hours. I've done it. Every time I got a settlement or something, I'd buy musical equipment for my friends. Where are they now? Where's all the money I spent on these fucking people? This was back in the day. I always drove around a nice car that happened like a Corvette, and because I had long hair and wore gold and talked on a cell phone, I always got pulled over because police thought I was a drug dealer. You see what I mean? Sub-bias. So now I don't drive around in a car that has, I won't ever own a car with my name in it. I don't need to. I'll never own it. Never. Never. Because I don't want to drive anymore. Maybe someday. But when Denver realized what they did to this indigenous Indian, I'm indigenous. I'm an American Indian. Mike Johnston, you fucking, oh man, he has no clue. Am I angry? Yes, I'm angry. Because I'm angry by the way they use indigenous people to get their way. Oh, we're going to build an Indian culture center. For what Indian? Who do you see? Mike Johnson thinks he needs to save the minority people. He needs to save the Indians. He needs to save the Eskimos. He needs to save his fucking self and all those city council members. Denver voters realize they are the head of the HR department. This is why some cities only have 2-year elections, So this way, if the people fuck it up too fast, they don't have to go another 2 years to get into the financial situation that Denver's created for the last 60 years. And Robert W. Speer, Honorable Robert W. Speer, who was a Democrat, realized what a partisanship would look like, and it would destroy the City Beautiful plan for Denver. And he denounced his Democratic affiliation and told everyone else to denounce it. It was in the city charter that was removed. We contacted Florida where they published the city charter, and we got very good information from them people. Okay? So Mike Johnston, keep talking, dude, because I've been setting you up. I've been setting up your whole government for the last 2026 is going to be 10 years or 20 years, folks. I missed a year somewhere. That's because my life goes by so fast that you see how I talk, and plus I, just get overwhelmed myself by the lack of caring from these political leaders who all got raises on July 16, or excuse me, July 17. What a slap in the face. That's when the Speer Amendment was signed in 1916, July 17th, 1916. And they all got their raises. So all those people that are truly the leaders of Denver that are operating these puppets, you need to cut those strings, because AI comes, and when it comes knocking, all the lamb blood on your front door is not going to keep that beast away. And it's all digital. Machine God. Ever hear that? July 28, 2025. Vote no on Vibrant Denver Bond, November 4, 2025. Citizensofdenver.com. It's funny, if you watch the shell game of Denver City Councils aren't happy with the bond. They had to add in more stuff. So now they're almost at $1 billion, folks, and they're not going to raise your taxes. No, they're just going to ask you for all the money up front. So then they can spend it undiscretionally, any way they want. You remember those 44% raises? And then after they get their raises, and then Mayor Johnson's going to want his raise, and then the city councils are going to want their raise. And when you think about how much work they do, and when you pattern match it to what they're actually doing, and it's hurting Denver more than it's helping, it's crushing them. And they have the same 30,000 people. That's their main core right now, 30,000 people that are willing to give these people $1 billion, but they're not going to raise taxes. Oh, wow, that's great. Wow, that's far out, man. These are some smart people. Duh. Look at these, man. These people are clowns. This is who the last election, and we needed to index it, because this 2025, oh my goodness. I mean, when they have no ideas, this is what they do. Okay, so Mike Johnston did the 2R dance, the shuck and jive dance. Watch what he does for this dance. And when you hear him, when the state of the city address, listen to this first one, and then look what happened, folks. 250 million in debt. And these people are out of control and are totally insane, when none of them said, hey, how about if we take the money out of the bonds and pay back that $250 million? Oh, no, we can't do that. That's money spent. See, that's how nonprofits think. Denver is a nonprofit city. Forget about the blue city. It's a nonprofit city. All the news people, when you think about the news, the nonprofits over the profits. And so all of these people, especially the nonprofits, to get that equity investment that they need to stay alive, to keep bullshitting Denver voters, to keep doing the insane things. Well, The Denver voters are doing the same thing over because there was only less than 90,000 people that voted for Mike Johnston. So when people say 55% of the voters, 55% of his voters, which turns out to be around 30,000, maybe 40,000, and that's who you see. That's his main cheerleading squad. And the one thing that I have to say is when you want to see frustration on people's faces, there's nobody's frustration's face. I'll say that real fast. There's nobody's face that has more frustration than the chief of police. I mean, I wish I could interview him, man, but he couldn't tell me what he's really thinking. I can tell by his face. Anybody can. And that's the one thing that you got to understand. They're cutting the Denver police. They're oh, we can't hire anybody, so we got to hire these illegals that we passed last year in the election process. 2023. You see how that goes? So in 2 years, Mike Johnson's managed to get us so out of whack in our thinking, in our vibrant Denver. When he says vibrant Denver, him and his team have no clue. When you say vibrant, he doesn't own that word. So what they do is they take the most vibrant person or entity, and it starts to move its way up like a China vine, real slow, organically, climbing through the ranks of bullshit. And it just, Amanda Sawyer, when you look up all the city counts, like Paul Cashman, I was living in his district. This is after Charlie Brown, the tomato guy. That's all he did was sell tomatoes. Go ask. These people haven't accomplished nothing but fatten their wallets. Denver voters have created more millionaires in their city council and elected officials than they have creating millionaire businesses. Have you ever seen, hey, this business is $1 billion business? No. And if you did see it, you look at who the players are and you look, there's no money coming in for those people. It's a shell game. And right now, Mike Johnston, he is banking that he's going to be able to bullshit the 450,000 and then add on that other 40,000, the ones that aren't happy with Mike Johnston. Okay? Because what the media does is say, 55% of Denver voters approve of what he's doing. Okay, wait. We have 550,000 voters. So you're telling me half of that supports that when only 90,000 voted for him? See how it doesn't match up. Numbers don't lie. People do. And these people are the biggest liars. I'm trying not to cuss. I'm trying not to be, that guy to where, he's angry. And I'm not angry. I'm old. And I watched 18 years of the shell game from Hickenlooper, driving up on his little scooter, taking a shower in a suit. It was a cheap suit, but to a poor guy, that's probably the most expensive suit he's ever owned. And what happened with homeless? Look at Mayor Mike Hancock. You know what he left with? $300,000 a year and bragging that he's a C-suite executive. He couldn't C-suite his ass to a cheese factory. You heard me? And so this is what the indexing is. I've been doing for 18 years. I don't need to be mayor. I created platforms that Mike Johnston said, can we get some vendors in here to help our residents? No. What it means is, can you please help the city and county of Denver so we can manipulate the residents more and keep them begging for the government to help them? And that's what it is. Non-profit, government assistant, everything. You got to ask them for everything. I'd like to ask Mike Johnston to kiss my, but that wouldn't be too polite. How about if I said kiss my butt? Would that be better? I wouldn't let that slimy guy touch me, man. He is a slime ball, silver spoon fed, Aspen wannabe mayor. And so when you grow up in Aspen and you have what he's been through, you have no idea what you're doing, Mike. None. So you think that these 2 years have been really good for you, like you bullshit. Hey, we're doing great. How'd we get into a $250 million debt for next year? Folks, we've never talked about next year's debts. So we're already fluffing the blankets so that the voters can get ready to tuck into the next vote. Because he needs that $1 billion. No, they're not going to raise taxes. But the city council, fire them all. Google search their names, find out what they've done their whole entire lives. Nothing but kiss ass to Denver Democrat Party. And the National Party is going to have to boot Denver Democrats to the curb because he's bringing down the numbers. And see, what they don't understand is they're not garnishing anybody new. The Kamala Harris and all that, all those stars that came out, and you're Jack Black and all those people, all their shit I burned. Man, we did a big burn party, folks. I took all my Robert De Niro movies, burned them. All of them. All of them. I don't watch them no more. I don't want to see that fucking guy. Jack Black, all his shit got burned. See, these folks think because they entertained us that they have, who was the biggest fluff? That who's that guy who couldn't even ride a scooter in his coffee commercials? Yeah, that guy. Huh. So this is his Angela Gale moment. So anyways, folks, you're getting hornswoggled by a group of people that are very good at what they do. And that's the bullshit you. Look at $950 million. It's expected to take a final vote. See, Denver 7, they get a little bit of money of that to advertise all the big stuff, all ABC, CBS, NBC, Denver Right. Look at Denver Rights. Denver Right. Denver leaders cut housing to fund road safety. Indigenous. I'm indigenous, folks. I don't need their fucking help. None of these Indians need their fucking help. But they got to sit there. See what it is? Oh, we're helping the indigenous. Well, what about the fucking Asians? What about the fucking Haitians? What about the fucking Puerto Ricans? What about the fucking, you hear me? That's what I hear on the trail when I go walking around talking to people. F, 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 F. Now I start F, 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 F. I'm a Gemini. I'm a chameleon, folks. But look at this. Facebook, Councilman. The Vibrant Denver Bond package is incredibly worthless. I want to send it to the November ballot. See, they think that they're going to bullshit you. See? Look at that. Citizens for no debt. There is somebody. Oh, I wonder who those people are. See, Denver 7, propose events as a city council. Denver City Council updates 225 bond projects. None of them said, hey, let's pay back the $250 million that we're in debt. No. See, Mike Johnson, I think they're going to get that money. They don't want to tell you, which makes sense. Yeah, we're going to pay back that $250 million. Because people go, what? 250 million? Who? No, these are the have-nots that are voting for the haves. The haves is the city council, worthless. There isn't one city council member that I'd let them watch or walk my dog or wheelchair my dog. I don't care how you look at it. And see, we become so pussified, you can't even say, hey, that guy's in a wheelchair. Oh, you bigot. What? Yeah, you just said he was in a wheelchair. That ain't nice. Well, what the fuck is he in? You're just not allowed to say that. It hurts his feelings. Fuck. This is where we're growing to, you know? And see, where's Mayor Webb? When's he going to come out and say, I support it? Because Mayor Webb has no clout. And as soon as he passes away, they're going to take that statue in that building and they're going to take it out. Because he watched what they did to Mayor Spear, who died in office, 100-year flu. who saw in 1916 what a partisanship government would look like. And he was Democrat. And he said, nope, not so fast. We're going to keep the power within the people. We're non-political. Our sole purpose is the economy and services. And all appointments are made by merits and ability. Now you see Johnston coming out saying, oh, we're going to, we got to get some of these seniority people out. How about getting rid of some of them city council members that are collecting 3 or 4 paychecks from different departments they retired from, and they got another check. See, that's what Paul Lopez is going for. You need to fire that guy. Don't give him another paycheck. Right now, he'll get half of what his paycheck is now. You give him this other year, he's going to get the retirement paycheck for city council, 94 grand. And then he'll get his full paycheck for the clerk and recorder, and he thinks he needs a warehouse. This guy has no clue about a fucking thing. Oh, he's a labor organizer. He's been watching too many Robert De Niro movies. A labor organizer. When I heard that, I'm a labor organizer. Like, what are we in the 20s and the 30s? But this is how these people make their spin. So I don't trust anybody that has to tell people he's a vato. Believe me, I know the barrio better than he does. My high school had 4,000 students. He comes from a school that the whole entire school was 1,200, if that. So the shell game of the clerk and recorder and the auditor and all their 18 years of fucking spin, 18 years of putting us in debt, not honoring our military. My son got a Purple Heart. He went to school in Denver, in one of the most corrupt public school systems in the entire world. How do you have a Cherry Creek school and a Denver public school, and they're the same, and everybody goes, oh, my kid's at Cherry Creek? What are we doing? Are you rewarding certain people with Cherry Creek schools and Denver public school? Have you ever seen the different schools and what equipment they get and what the other school, and they're the same district? It's because they're all bullshit. Every one of them. And I got to index them. That was my pleasure, man. Pleasure. That's what happens when you're old. And you got nothing to lose. Nothing, man. I got pre-existing. I'm feeling good. I truly am. Because on November 4, 2025, Mike Johnston and his merry people of overinflation and money grabbers, because that's what nonprofits do. They grab all the money they can, and when they run out, they go, oh, sorry, and they go back working at the ice cream places, and they go back working at the hamburger places, and they go back working where they came from. And because the Denver government is so corrupt, yeah, you, Mike Johnston, yeah, you, Paul Lopez. So they're going to get a rude awakening on November 4th when this isn't going to pass. We can't live like this, folks. And as soon as you get rid of all the total city council, clean house. Get rid of the mayor, get rid of the clerk and recorder, get rid of the auditor. Start over, clean slate. Start over with Robert W. Speer, the most decorated Democrat mayor of all time, the best mayor ever. He saw visions that nobody else was either willing to see or didn't want to see at all. And look where we're at. So Robert W. Speer, who died while serving his term from influenza, 100-year flu. Shit, I wonder if Fauci was behind that. Remember that guy Fauci making more than anybody? He killed a lot of people, folks. So did everybody else on that COVID trip. In other countries, they didn't close their countries down. They didn't lose nothing. Only the old people that were running our country thought they were going to die. When Senator Grassley, the oldest living senator, still in office, caught COVID, and didn't die. What does that tell you, folks? What does that tell you? And we haven't even felt that damage. And right now, as far as like Trump, Democrats are not, as Republicans and independents, the only services for restaurants are no Democrats are waitresses and no Democrats are bartenders and no Democrats get tips. Because I know people that get tips that don't have to pay taxes on those tips. And I don't think they paid much taxes on those tips anyways, but IRS has ways to look at other people that are doing the right thing and paying the tips and looking at the employee who's claiming that he didn't make that money working the same time the other guys do, and he still has his job. Yeah, dude, you didn't pay your taxes, because if you didn't get no tips, then you might not be worth a damn. So you would have been fired long before you would have had to file your taxes. So this is what Gen AI does now, supervised. It takes everybody's questions, everybody's answers, everybody. And look at how they spin it. For the bond initiative to appear on November 4th ballot, the council must approve its language and legislative detail by August 25th. Oh, are they gonna do it? Of course they are, folks. If they don't pass, just like the 2R, Denver voters said no. Why they voted for illegals to be able to be firefighters and police, that was all changed. There was a list a mile long to be a firefighter in Denver. I know this from 2007. And they're saying that, oh, well, we can't get the right people to apply. So we have to hire these illegals.
Welcome, friends, to another edition of Economic Update, a weekly program devoted to the economic dimensions of our lives and those of our children. I'm your host, Richard Wolff. Before jumping into today's program, I have a bit of a special announcement. Partly it's about the shirt I'm wearing without the jacket, because it's kind of warm here in New York City, where this program is produced. But more importantly, we've decided to do something different this summer. We are going to finish our regular series of programs and then switch starting July 21st. We'll still be producing economic updates, but not in the way we have for the last 12 years. We're taking the summer off and substituting programs that we call the Best of Economic Update. We've gone back and looked at those programs that you like the best, that we like the best, that show something about how American political economy has shifted over the years, for better and for worse. We've put these together, and we think you'll find them as interesting and provocative as we did in compiling them. And then at Labor Day, we will resume the regular programming that you've become used to. What I'll be doing in the meanwhile? Working on Democracy at Work projects, our book publishing program, our video productions, our writing of articles, but also and particularly our new Substack program. And I urge you to take a look at it. Very simply, go to democracyatwork.substack.com for all the Substack kinds of activities of ours that you will find there. Thank you for your understanding, and I look forward to hearing from you about how the Best of Economic Update strikes you all as well. Today's program is devoted to an explosive event that happened here in New York City where we produce this program and where I live and work. It was the victory in the Democratic primary for mayor of Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist by self-definition, an outsider to the political establishment of the Democratic Party, which has pretty much ruled New York politics for many, many decades. This is a break from that establishment rule. It is shaking up New York City, New York State politics, and as I will explain, it is a bombshell for the whole of the Democratic Party across the United States. And so it's well worth taking some time here on this program to talk about what it means and where it's going and taking us. Okay. Mr. Mamdani won by a great deal. He defeated a former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, who was running for mayor as well in the Democratic primary. A number of major media have said this is the first time a socialist has gotten into office. Shame on those media, because what they're doing is erasing part of the actual history of the United States and of New York City. Socialism